As the homestand continues, the biggest question is, can the Arizona Bats stay hot against the Cubs? Hitting is contagious, it said, and the offense woke up last night at Chase Field, 14 hits and 10 runs. Now, two pitchers that faced off earlier this year in Chicago take the mound tonight in the desert. It's Game 3, the Cubs and Diamondbacks, now on Fox Sports Arizona. We are back home in the Valley, Game 3 of a 4-game series versus the Chicago Cubs. D-backs Nation filing into a gorgeous night here at Chase Field as we get set for Jeff Samardzija and Ian Kennedy. Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is brought to you by Kia Motors. Good evening from Chase Field and welcome to the broadcast. Steve Berthiaume, Bob Brenly along the way. BB, last night suddenly the offense woke up big time. 10 runs, 14 hits, as you said last night. Just remember how you did it. So we're back here on red now. Red shirts for back-to-back nights. We're doing what we can.
We're not superstitious.
No.
We know the players aren't superstitious. But a matchup once again tonight of Ian Kennedy and Jeff Samardzija. These two guys hooked up back in Wrigley Field on June 1st. That was Ian Kennedy's last victory against the Cubs in that ball game. Had really good stuff working that night. This is a very aggressive, swinging Cubs offense. If he can get that changeup going early, that'll be a real good pitch for him tonight.
We had an encouraging start his last time out against the Giants, and tonight Ian takes another shot at that 50th career win. On the mound for the Cubs, a guy whose name is in trade rumors out there, Jeff Samardzija. He, at times against the Diamondbacks in that start, looked dominant.
Well, when he has that split-finger fastball going, he can be as tough as any right-hander in the National League. He's very inconsistent with his command, has a good sinking fastball in the mid to upper 90s, but it all works off that split finger. He had it going that day at Wrigley Field, really giving Paul Goldschmidt fits.
Goldie struck out the first 3 times he faced Samardzija, and he had 11 strikeouts in that game. So it's Samardzija and Kennedy here as we look for another night of offense from the Diamondbacks at Chase Field. When we come back, hey, let's get some runs. They are back. The Diamondback Bats alive and well here in Phoenix, set for the Cubs and D-backs when we come back. Valley Kia retailers. Visit phxkia.com. And by Fulton Homes, you're proud to own, we're proud to build.
And welcome back to Fox Sports Arizona, your home for Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. And welcome back to Chase Field, where last night the Diamondbacks offense was on full display. They knocked off the Cubs by the score of 10-4. Certainly Ian Kennedy hoping the bats come to life again tonight as they take on the Cubs in Game 3 of this 4-game series. Well, the offense was fantastic last night. 10 runs. Their previous 5 games, a combined 9 runs. And look at the 14 hits, the most they've combined to put together since July 7th against the Rockies. And they went 6 for 13 with runners in scoring positions. Before that, 6 for their previous 42. So let's hope that batting that we saw last night is contagious. The D-backs have certainly struggled in innings 1 through 5, but last night, starting in the bottom of the 6th inning, they scored 3 runs. In the 7th, 3 more, and in the 8th, 3 more. So the D-backs taking care of business last night. Let's see if Ian Kennedy can get back on track. He has struggled over his last 8 starts. He'll face off against the Cubs' Jeff Samardzija. It's Ian Kennedy and a righty rematch from June the 1st. It's D-backs baseball live on Fox Sports Arizona after a quick timeout.
Cubs and Diamondbacks, and here we go. Game 3 of a 4-game series. D-backs home all week. 4 against the Cubs and 3 against the Padres. Adam Spanky Eaton spreading out to center field to take on Dale Swain's Chicago Cubs. And here are the Cubs. Basically, the fire sale continues here, BB. No Soriano in the lineup. He is reportedly being given time to consider a trade, and we've got Samardzija on the mound. His name also involved in trade rumors.
Well, one guy that is back in the lineup for the Cubs at the top, David DeJesus, off the disabled list. Junior Lake has been red hot in this series. He's been red hot throughout his entire big league career. Anthony Rizzo, Nate Shearholtz in the middle, Starlin Castro, Luis Valbuena, Darwin Barney, Wellington Castillo, and right-handed pitcher Jeff Samardzija.
Ian Kennedy's 20th start this year, a 21-game winner 2 years ago, a 15-game winner last year. He makes the start tonight with a 3-7 record, an ERA of 5.29. And he continues his search to recover his identity, not just as an opening day starter with the Diamondbacks, but as a pitcher overall. You get the sense there's a search going on right now, Bob, with Ian and within this ball club to define or redefine who he is as a pitcher and what he can be.
Well, we hope he can be what he was in the second half of the 2011 and 2012 seasons. He had 30 starts in the second half of those 2 years, an ERA of 2.96 and a record of 20-6. So hopefully Ian Kennedy has saved his best for the second half of the season.
As you see right there, did pitch well in his last outing against the Giants in San Francisco on Friday. 2 runs in the first on 3 singles and 2 walks. But then settled down and pitched well. Only 2 singles and a walk over the next 5 innings, but got the loss in a 2-0 Giants win. And here is David DeJesus, activated from the DL before the game today. He'll lead it off. DeJesus back up. Dave Sapelt option to AAA Iowa today. DeJesus back from a sprained right shoulder. He's been out since June 14th. He missed 33 games.
And they missed him. David DeJesus, not a household name around baseball, but a guy that will grind out some long at bats. He'll take his walks, play solid defense out there in center field.
And he's another guy that might this whole roster up and down to make us an offer. He's got a contract that's expiring. There is a club option for next season, but he could go as well here. Somebody looking for a left-hand bat. Important for Ian to get off to a good start tonight. Mentioned that rocky first his last time out against the Giants.
As a matter of fact, in the first inning, Ian Kennedy has given up the 2nd most runs allowed in the National League. Jeremy Hefner from the New York Mets has given up 18. Ian Kennedy 17. Tim Lincecum 16. I'd like to eliminate those first inning woes tonight.
Those first inning runs allowed. Ian Kennedy right behind the Mets' Jeremy Hefner. We got Will Nieves back behind the plate. Another day off for Miguel Montero. Mickey now battling a back issue. We'll tell you about that later in the game. Brad has more on that. Bring him up, sit him down. Good start here for Ian Kennedy. Diamondbacks defensively brought to you by Safelite Auto Glass. It is a Kubel Eaton Para outfield left to right.
Yeah, get as many left-handed bats on Jeff Samardzija as Gibby can. The 3 left-handed hitters in the outfield, a lefty at third base in Eric Chavez, a lefty at shortstop in Didi Gregorius. You got 2 right-handed hitters, Martin Prado, Paul Goldschmidt on the right side. As you mentioned, Will Nieves behind the plate again tonight for right-hander Ian Kennedy.
And Adam Eaton, the mustache is back. Not a popular decision with his wife Katie, apparently. But it looked good last night. And Adam said, hey, we scored 10 runs, so the mustache is here to stay, at least for a little while. And it could, it's apparently it's become a thing. She looked thrilled, didn't she, there? With the mustache? Yeah, right there. Now sit up straight. Yeah, it looks good. I like it. There you go. Junior Lake. Boy, this guy will not stop hitting. He lines one to the gap in left center, and that gets to the wall. And Junior Lake, the show continues. He has been something to see through the first half of this series. 7 for 10, 2 homers and 4 RBIs, and here he goes again.
Boy, for all the attention Yasiel Puig got when the Dodgers came into town right before the All-Star break, this guy's putting up some ridiculous numbers of his own and enjoying every minute of it. I had a chance to talk to him briefly down on the field during Cubs batting practice. He was a teammate of my son's at a couple different stops in the Cubs minor league organization, and I asked him, how you liking playing outfield? He said, I'll play anywhere they want me to.
And they are happy to have him the way he's going. Junior Lake, what a sensation. Anthony Rizzo.
Now, Dale Swaim had an interesting observation about Junior Lake. He saw him in spring training and saw him in some minor league games in the past, and he said he appeared to me to be one of those guys that the higher the level, the better his play. He felt like he maybe got bored playing in front of a couple of hundred people, you know, at some outpost in the minor leagues, but, you know, put that third deck on the stadium and fill it up with people, and he's at his best.
Through his first 5 major league games, Junior Lake, 12 hits, including 2 home runs, and the comparisons are starting to be made here. You're hearing the whispers about a Cubs version of Yasiel Puig. He has been that dynamic, and right out of the gate tonight, a double against Ian Kennedy. 0-2 to Anthony Rizzo.
Tight zone early.
Angel Hernandez behind the plate. Anthony Rizzo had his first and so far only base hit of the series last night. And it was an RBI single in the third, the first run of the ball game. Reaches out and lines it right to Didi, and they double off Junior Lake, and Ian Kennedy is out of the first. We'll head to the home half here at Chase Field. Behind the Dodgers for the NLS lead. Dodgers playing at Toronto right now. That was Ricky Delasco and Esmil Rogers right now. LA and Toronto tied up 2-2 in the 8th inning. At the Rogers Center, this is the lineup for Kirk Gibson's Diamondbacks tonight.
It'll be Adam Eaton, Gerardo Parra, and Paul Goldschmidt at the top. Eric Chavez, Martin Prado, and Jason Kubel in the middle. Will Nieves, Didi Gregorius, and Ian Kennedy at the bottom. Adam Eaton with a big night last night. Reached base 4 times, scored 3 runs.
21st start of the year for Jeff Samardzija. A 6-9 record, an ERA just under 4. A whip that's right on about league average. And this is a guy who throws hard and will give you, on average, just over 1 strikeout per inning. Adam Eaton leads it off, and he looks at a strike. Samardzija dominated for a while against the Diamondbacks at Wrigley Field on June the 1st. 11 strikeouts, including at one point 6 in a row.
Well, at times he can overpower an opposing lineup, and that's something that Chris Bosio, the pitching coach for the Cubs, has been talking to Samardzija about.
Right off the back. Tough break for Adam Eaton. He scalded one up the middle, but it found the small of Samardzija's back, and now they'll take a look at the Cubs pitcher here.
He got hit harder than that by defensive backs.
Sure did. He was a spectacular All-American wide receiver at Notre Dame. And he caught this one, oh, right on the keister.
Like
hopefully he didn't hit the hand.
Yeah, I think it caught a bit of his right hand, but he's just going to play that off. Yeah, I mentioned Chris Bosio, the Cubs pitching coach. Notice that Samardzija, when he gets in trouble, he just tries to power his way through, throw harder, 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 and they've tried to get him to add a little more finesse to his game. Use his breaking ball a little bit more. He's been working on a cut fastball. I mentioned the splitter in the open of the show. That's his out pitch when it's going good.
Gerardo Parra out in front of that one. This guy throws hard. Bunch of different kinds of fastballs.
Yeah, you're mostly going to see 2-seamers, sliders, and splitters. He will mix in a cutter. He will throw the occasional 4-seam fastball when he elevates, but mostly everything moving down.
Gerardo Parra hard to first. Anthony Rizzo, Samardzija there to cover. 2 down. Cubs defense brought to you by Safeline Auto Glass. A maybe slightly different look for the Cubs defensively tonight.
Yeah, with DeJesus back on the active roster, he goes back into center field. Junior Lake slides over to left field. No Soriano tonight. Nate Shearholz with a home run in the ball game last night over in right. It'll be Valbuena and Castro on the left side of the infield. Barney and Rizzo on the right side. Wellington Castillo sat out the last 2 games in favor of Dioner Navarro. He's behind the plate for right-hander Jeff Samardzija.
And we've seen Junior Lake in center field the first 2 games of this series, but he's in left, and now David DeJesus is back patrolling center. Paul Goldschmidt. Goldie at .314 and 21 home runs. And BB, I remember being at Wrigley Field for that game when we faced Samardzija, and they were the 3 worst at bats we've seen from Goldie all season long. He looked completely overmatched,
which hasn't happened against anybody else all summer long.
That's why I said it was so striking, because he struck out the first 3 times he faced him, and boy, they were just 3 really hard at bats for Goldie. So we'll see how he does tonight.
Well, Samardzija's been a good road warrior this year for the Cubs. His last 4 road starts, he's a perfect 3-0. The team is a perfect 4-0.
I mean, look at those numbers right there. I mean, this is just a tough matchup for Goldie, and there are some guys like that, I guess, right?
Oh, yeah. And sometimes you just can't explain it. Sometimes you don't pick the ball up well out of a guy's hand. Sometimes his stuff just matches up well against your weaknesses. Really no way to explain it, especially for a good hitter like Goldie. He usually figures things out pretty quickly.
Well, he's ahead 3-1 here. He'll take the walk. Paul Goldschmidt, 3rd in the National League in walks. And the Diamondbacks have a 2-out base runner before Eric Chavez. And BB, they have this 3 and 4 combo that works so well in May, with Goldie hitting 3rd and Chavez behind him in the cleanup spot.
And Chavez looks like he's rounding back into the shape he was before the injury. Had a good night last night swinging the bat. Had that big bases loaded triple into the gap in left center field.
Good at bat there by Paul Goldschmidt. Samardzija got the first 2 outs on only 4 pitches, but he had a 5-pitch at bat to Goldschmidt, and now he'll work to Chavez. And when you stand behind the batting cage, I did that today and was talking to Kirk Gibson, watching Eric hit, and Gibby pointed out, watch the bat when it comes, or the ball when it comes off the bat here. It comes off Chavez's bat harder and with a different sound than it does come off other guys' bats. At 35 years old, he can still hammer the ball. That one is hammered up the middle, and it gets through. Goldie will stop at second. 2 on and 2 outs for the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, it's really hard to describe unless you've actually done what you talked about. Stand behind the batting cage, and we're not going to mention any other names, but some guys get in the box and the ball barely makes a noise coming off their bat. Other guys, it's a resounding crack.
Yeah, it's an odd thing to sort of put your finger on, but you do sense it, and it just flies off the bat with power. Speaking of which, here's Martin Prado, who hit one about 15 rows back into left field last night for his 9th home run. Prado on base 3 times, in fact, last night. A very good night. A single, a walk, and a home run. A couple of RBIs.
And something that had been missing from the D-backs offense, coming up with those big base hits with 2 outs and runners in scoring position. They were 4 for 7 last night. And it's good to see Martin drive the ball. This was on an 0-2 pitch. Got a meatball, no doubt about that one. Travis Wood trying to cut a fastball in on his hands, left it out over the plate, and that's one of the better swings we've seen Martin take in a long time.
Samardzija, who was off to a terrific start, 2 outs on 4 pitches, scuffling a bit here. He's fallen behind 3-0. A walk to Goldschmidt, a single by Chavez. There's the get it over strike at 95, 3-1. Samardzija will lose his control at times. He's walked at least 4 in a game 5 times this year. And he's averaging just over 3 walks per 9 this year, which is a walk rate that's up from last season. And last year was his first full season as a starting pitcher. He was a reliever for the early portion of his career.
Yeah, there was some question within the Cubs organization as Prado will take the walk. whether he was better suited to be a starting pitcher or try to groom him into being a closer, because he obviously has the kind of stuff that could close a game with that explosive fastball and that nasty splitter. But throughout the entire process, Samardzija maintained he wanted to be a starting pitcher. He wanted to be out there every fifth day, giving this team a chance to win a ball game.
So it's Goldie at third, Eric Chavez at second, Martin Prado at first. 2 outs, and the hitter is Jason Kubel. And we saw Jason drive the ball last night. A .380 career hitter with the bases full. Kubel broke a 2 for 28 stretch with that pinch hit double last night. A long drive to the gap in right center. Nearly went out of here. Now Samardzija 2 outs on 4 pitches. He's about to throw pitch number 20 in the inning. How quickly things can change. Every time a Diamondback player hits a home run this season, Fulton Holmes will donate $150 to the Central Arizona Mountain Rescue Association.
Goldie needs to be on his toes down there at third base. You've got a pitcher on the mound that uses a split finger as his put away pitch. He's thrown 8 wild pitches this year, and Wellington Castillo behind the plate has had 7 pass balls.
Bases full of Diamondbacks with 2 outs. Two and two. You mentioned the idea that would Samardzija be a starter or a reliever. I know he went to Theo Epstein, and when Theo arrived at the Cubs front office and said, "Hey, I'm rededicating myself to baseball. I'll break up with my girlfriend," which he did. I'm all in. I'm focused. I want to be a starting pitcher here with the Cubs, and so far so good.
Not quite sure what having a girlfriend has to do with that, but you know, appreciate the effort on the part of Jeff Samardzija.
The point I guess he was trying to make was he cleared his slate. No, look, no distractions. I'm a baseball guy. I don't regret the football decision. I am all in on this. I want to be a starting pitcher. I want to be a Cub. Best in a million universes. 2 and 2. Breaking ball. Kubel just does get a piece, but Castillo can't hang on. And so Kubel lives to find another day here.
Now, pitch count generally isn't an issue for Jeff Samardzija. In his 20 previous starts this year, he's gone over the 100 pitch mark 16 times. A high of 116 on the season. He is a real horse, though. He's a guy that doesn't really pay much attention to the pitch count. He strikes out a lot of guys. He'll walk some guys when he struggles with his command, and that pitch count usually gets up there fairly quickly.
Goldie at third, Chavez at second, Prado at first. Chance for the Diamondbacks to put a crooked number up there right away.
That last foul tip caught Castillo in a bad spot.
Gets the strike call from Angel Hernandez, and the Diamondbacks will leave them loaded. We're through 1, no score at Chase Field.
here as Ian Kennedy goes up against Jeff Samardzija. Now, last night, for the first time all season, Miguel Montero had back-to-back nights off. And the reason last night, he was taking some cuts in the cage, and he felt a twinge in his back, so he came back out to the dugout and talked with team trainer Ken Crenshaw. As Kirk Gibson has said many times, they've certainly ridden Miggy very hard this season. 696 innings caught. Yesterday, that was the most in all of Major League Baseball, and you see Miggy just a little bit in discomfort last night. He was supposed to meet with team doctors today. They don't know if they're going to do an MRI. It's just listed right now as a stiff back, and so obviously Will Nieves in for the second straight game. But obviously Kirk Gibson telling us earlier also that they're going to give Will a little bit more playing time in the second half of the season and ease up a little bit on Miguel Montero.
He has been the man back there, the Rock, that's for sure, BB. And you can certainly speak to that. It's got to take a tremendous toll.
I mean, you love having a guy back there on a regular basis to help your pitching staff. It really helps when a catcher behind the plate sees a guy from start to start to start. Sees those guys come in out of the bullpen as that one's lofted down the third base line, just into foul territory. No problem for Chavez. Yeah, when you have that same catcher back there, he knows what you like to do. He knows what's working on a given night, what's not working on a given night. But you reach a point of diminished returns, and I think we got there with Miggy. He was really grinding physically. I think it started to affect him a little bit mentally at the plate. Even though he's been swinging the bat much better lately, I don't think a couple days off is going to hurt him at all.
So Kennedy gets Sherholz to pop up. Here's Starlin Castro. 249 and 6 home runs. Castro is 2 for 9 in the series so far. He was hitless last night. Ian Kennedy pitched very well against the Mets at Citi Field on July 4th, the finale of that long road trip. 7 innings, only 2 runs, 8 strikeouts, and a no decision. But he's lost all 3 of his starts since then, although he did pitch well Friday against the Giants. Big cut there. It's 2-2. Kennedy said he was pleased about the way he was able to make adjustments in that last start at San Francisco. He said that's what usually separates the best pitchers in the game, making adjustments. And Ian said after running into trouble early, he was pleased with the way he was able to improve the fastball and get more ground balls, and that in turn allowed him to work better with his off-speed stuff. And the line certainly backs that up. A couple of speed bumps early, and after that he settled in nicely. We've seen that a number of times from Ian lately. As you mentioned, Bob, once he gets past the first inning or two, he's usually pretty solid.
Yeah, that's all he gave up against the Giants in that last start. 2 first-inning runs, and then really settled in and pitched well after that.
.92 inside, misses. It's full. Our first look at Luis Valbuena. He's on deck. Nieves holds on. That's the strikeout. Second strikeout tonight for Ian Kennedy.
A good changeup that time. When he's throwing his changeup the best, it has tumbling action, almost like a split-fingered fastball. That's when he's really trusting it. He's really feeling it out there at the end of his fingertips at the point of release, and get that ball to start in the strike zone and end up out of the zone.
Valbuena 236 and 9 homers. That's one shy of his career high. And he's already matched a career high with 31 RBIs. It's an interesting guy. Fits into the big picture here. They have a lot of platoon type guys right now.
And he hits the ball out of the ballpark, as you mentioned. 9 home runs, 13 doubles, and a triple on the season. And manager Dale Swaim likes those guys that can hit the ball in the seats from time to time.
Ian jumps out ahead 0-2. So far 24 pitches for Kennedy, 17 for strikes. And that'll work.
Good news from the Great White North.
Oh, what do you got?
3-2 Blue Jays. Oh. They've got 2 runners on in the bottom half of the 8th inning with Brandon League on the mound for the Dodgers.
That is good news. Dodgers have out-hit the Blue Jays, I see, 11 of 5, but they trail at 3-2. Valbuena's second season in Chicago. He's hit just .227 as a Cub in 170 games. Rolls that one to second. Martin Prado is there. And a nice 1-2-3 second for Ian Kennedy. CenturyLink, your link to what's next coming up for the Diamondbacks. Didi Gregorius. He's been red hot lately, 4 for 6 in this series. You'll see him when we come back.
Mallory and Danielle is the next Fox Sports Arizona girl. Log on to girls.foxsportsarizona.com to upload your photos and submit your video for a chance to be the next Fox Sports Arizona girl.
It's a wide scoping search. Cameras everywhere. Will Nieves down the line in right. Sherholtz on the run. Well, we can't get anything by these Cubs right fielders.
Made some nice running catches, sliding catches on the warning track up against the bullpen fence out there in right field.
It was Gillespie the last 2 nights, and there's Sherholtz.
Oh, a nice jump on that ball as it was tailing away from him. Thought it might sneak into the stands down there, but just enough room for Sherholtz to make the play.
So 1 away, and it is Didi Gregorius. Now Didi has gone back to the Low Sox, so I'm not thrilled.
Well, we stuck with the program.
Yeah,
we talked about it last night after the ball game, you know.
We actually had to have a discussion. Well, we had good luck. Let's go red shirts back-to-back nights. Didi, who has done really well in this series with the high Sox and the Johnny U high tops, has now gone back to the Low Sox, so we'll see. He is ahead 1-0. Pops that one up shallow right. Sherholtz coming in. Two quick outs. We mentioned the right field play of Cole Gillespie, the former Diamondback great, the last couple of nights. We just saw Nate Sherholtz make a nice running catch. This was Gillespie. One night into that padded wall. That was the first game on Monday, right into the seat there, occupied by the Golden Glovers. This was last night into that bullpen fence. And now Sherholtz tonight. Here's Ian Kennedy, 5 for 35 on the year. And again, 2 quick outs to start the half inning for Samardzija.
And for me, this is just me, Ian Kennedy needs to take until he gets 2 strikes in this at bat. Do anything you can to make Jeff Samardzija throw a few more pitches in this inning.
All right, here you go.
I mean, you have to be realistic about it. Every pitcher likes to think they're a good hitter, but sometimes the best thing you can do to help your team is just see as many pitches as possible. All right, now you got to go to work.
Good seats here at Chase Field, right behind home plate. Diamondbacks tonight with a chance to regain the division lead here with the Dodgers trailing in Toronto. It is 3-2 in the 9th. That's the beauty of the pennant race. Who's pitching against us tonight? What are the Dodgers doing? Where are they? Who's pitching for them? What's the score? Track it all summer long. It's the beauty of baseball. It's there for you every day. And this is a work to perfection here. Bobby's made Samardzija throw some pitches.
That's exactly what you wanted. I mean, obviously you'd like to see Ian Kennedy get a base hit after taking 2 strikes, but at worst just make Samardzija work a little bit. He was on his way back to that dugout. 2 quick outs, pitcher coming up, and now he's had to labor a little bit here before finally getting a strike 3 on Ian.
That's the inning. We're through 2, no score at Chase Field.
Behind the mask, well, it's the incredibly talented Todd McFarlane, Valley resident, comic book creator, illustrator, author, toy maker. I mean, you do it all.
A little directing, a little Hollywood stuff, and I coach a youth baseball team, so we keep busy.
You're here tonight because there's a thing called the homeplateproject.com.
Right.
You have designed a plate and signed it. It's Spider-Man, which was your early love and your early creation. Tell me more about this project.
Well, the Diamondbacks been doing it for the last couple of years. They're getting people around the valley and sometimes even outside, you know, trying to get as wide a net of celebrities as they can. We sort of put a little bit of a doodle on a home plate. They auction it off. The auction is going to go until August 2nd, August 3rd, homeplateproject.com. And all the money goes to charity, so it's a good cause. People do it. I think there's one from Charlie Sheen, right? He's got his
Gene Simmons.
That's right. So they got some pretty cool ones that are up there. So and I you know, again, I made my fame and fortune early in the comic book industry doing Spider-Man. So I thought I'd do a little Spidey because the kids. I'm hoping the dad will buy it for the kid who loves Spider-Man. And then I put a little note here about Brandon Webb. So.
And also Gabby Giffords and Mark Kelly and a lot of the schools, U of A, ASU, and it's also part of the D-backs Give Back League that they really get behind that. And these are D-back employees that are behind this project. A very, very cool project. And again, you can go online August 2nd. It's homeplateproject.com. I want to talk about baseball. You played baseball growing up. You love this sport, and you're a great collector. Tell me more about your baseball collection. You've got some pretty special baseballs.
Yeah, well, I'm a frustrated athlete. I still wish I could play. I played Pac-10 baseball, but wasn't good enough to go past that. The collection, probably people sort of chide me the most about is I was that guy that spent way too much on that Mark McGwire 70 ball. And then a couple years later, Bonds, all of a sudden makes a run, breaks the record, so you never want to have the second best of anything, so I have to go chase that ball down. And then at one of the auctions, I also got Sammy Sosa's 66, which is the third highest total. So I own the top 3 home run marks in Major League Baseball history.
And you took that around for a while in Major League ballparks as an exhibition, and I'm told that you would sort of, you did it for free, but if they felt bad, you got to take some BP at some Major League ballparks.
Yeah, well, again, it was interesting because the Hall of Fame came and they wanted these balls. And then I did my homework and I found out how much attendance they got. And it's not as much as you might imagine because, again, it's out of the way. So I figured a way that if I traveled it, then I could actually get 10 times the amount of people to actually see it. If the goal was to let people see these famous balls and I put it in a big, Hall of Fame quality exhibit, and we went to the Major League parks the first year, AAA, second year, AA, and then some shopping malls, and we've probably got in excess of 1 million people that got to see the exhibit over the course of 3 years.
I'm curious, because all 3 of those guys had great feats, but they were also tainted because of steroids. Your take on the recent situation with Ryan Braun, because the steroids sort of devalued those baseballs in some sense.
Right. Yeah, well, unfortunately, it's just going to be part of the folklore of baseball, right? As time goes by, we'll get past it. The argument of saying you got to put asterisks next to it, it's never going to happen because it opened up too big of a can of worms. Because what are you going to do then? Once you take the homers away, take the ERAs away, you can't do it. You can't get there. For a guy like me, it actually not bad because I now know I won't have to go buy another baseball because the chance of somebody hitting 74 home runs now isn't likely. I thought when I spent all that money on the 70 ball that I was going to be safe for 30 years, and then bam, somebody hits the 73. So now I'm going, oh, good. My collection I'm hoping will be safe now for the next 50 years.
Todd, always great to see it. It's Project Homeplate or homeplateproject.com. Right now the bid was $1,000 for this, I think I saw. So you're doing great work. We appreciate it.
All right. And if I could, I told my team I'd show our team logo, Club Spawn. Right, we just got back from the World Series, came in third, lost to Hawaii, but my boys have been doing good for me this year, and we beat Luis Gonzalez's brother's team, the T-Rex team. So
take that. Todd, always great to see you. Appreciate your time. Guys, we'll send it back to you.
So it was Spawn versus T-Rex. Whatever happened to the Cubs and the Tigers? Ian Kennedy strikes out the side. That is 5 strikeouts now for Ian. Home half of the third coming up. Go D-backs. Thanks, Todd McFarland. a chance to catch a game from the RamTrucks.com pool. Hi, just look for specially marked packages of Pepsi 12-ounce cans for your chance to find the limited edition D-backs can. Pepsi, live for now. Come join us by the pool. How about that third inning, Bob Brenly, for Ian Kennedy now with 5 strikeouts. He got the side in order.
Just dealing. Everything was right there on the corners of the plate. Worked his way through the bottom of the order. That's what you like to see. Just dominate those 7, 8, 9 hitters. Get them out of the way. Go back to work on the top of the order in the next inning.
Top of the order up for the Diamondbacks in the home half of the third. Adam Eaton, Gerardo Parra, and Paul Goldschmidt against Jeff Samardzija. Certainly a breakthrough night for Adam in the leadoff spot last night. He was on base 4 times, 3 singles and a walk. He scored 3 runs with the Super Mario Brothers mustache, which is apparently catching on. He's now up to 250 on the year. Samardzija has got off to very good starts early in these innings. He got the first 2 outs in the first on 4 pitches, the first 2 outs in the second on 3 pitches. But it's been the latter half of the innings where he's run into some trouble here. Now at 36 pitches for the ball game, 20 for strikes. And what you like, Bob, about Adam last night, we saw finally, after all this time, exactly the kind of things the Diamondbacks envisioned from Adam in that leadoff spot. Getting on base, running wild, setting the tone for the rest of the lineup.
Especially against a defense like the Cubs. This is a team that will rattle. If you've got a guy with speed at the plate and put the ball in play on the ground, they will rush their throws. They will hurry to get the ball across the infield, and that's when mistakes can be made.
That sounds like the voice of experience.
Well, I've seen it.
Once or twice
a day.
Yeah.
I mean, Darwin Barney has to feel like the Lone Ranger over there on the right side. Last year's Gold Glove winner at second base. But defensively, the Cubs can be challenged at times.
There is Darwin Barney, the Gold Glover. Castro and Valbuena on that left side can give you fits sometimes. 2-2. But at bat here by Adam Eaton. He's run it full to lead off the Diamondbacks third with that Super Mario Brothers mustache that's now all the rage. Out in front there. There's the strikeout for Samardzija, his third. One away here in the third.
I smell salsa breath out there. Anytime the D-backs score 6 runs or more, Taco Bell is giving away 3 free tacos with the purchase of a large drink between 4 and 6 the following day at participating locations.
Gerardo Parra back in the lineup tonight, hitting second in the order. He grounded out to first his first time. So Gerardo now 2 for his last 36. And talking to Kirk Gibson before the game today about, I just said, hey, what's wrong with G? What are you seeing? And Gibby's answer was simple. This is a guy that's been on the ground a lot. And he meant that quite literally.
Yeah.
The face plant at Citi Field on that warning track out there in right center. And if you think about it, we have seen Gerardo Parra just literally on the ground a lot in the first half of the year, and it's taken its toll.
Not only defensively, but he was having a great first half of the season, getting on base a couple times nearly every night, throwing his body around on the bases, scoring from first on extra base hits, and eventually that will take its toll. That's why, as much as fans want to see their heroes every time they come out here to the ballpark, some nights you just have to sit a guy, let him recharge his batteries, let his body rest up a little bit, and then get him right back in there again.
Well, he does have some luck against Samardzija, as we saw back the last time the Diamondbacks faced this guy, June 1st at Wrigley Field.
That one's not coming back.
And Parra has already tied his home run total from all of last year. He's got 7. Here's the 1-2. Roll to second. There is the Gold Glover, Darwin Barney. 2 down. And here's Goldie, who walked his first time up. Holtzman on base 4 times last night, a single, a double, a pair of walks. Scored a run, had an RBI, his 80th RBI of the year to regain the National League lead. Gibby said one of the things he loves about Goldie, while the rest of the team around him has sort of gone on this slump and he's been the constant, is that Goldie believes completely in his approach up there. And no matter what the result is, whether he's hitting 2 home runs a night or he's, settling for the single or taking his walks, he never changes that approach. That belief in what he's doing up there and what he's trying to do never wavers. And that, Gibby told me, was in many ways Goldie's great strength. Continues having some issues with Samardzija. Blows it by him at 98. A little frustration there perhaps. 4 strikeouts for Samardzija. We're through 3, no score.
Interactive kiosks right here at Chase Field during any Arizona Diamondbacks regular season home game. The young lady that participated tonight is a finalist for the chance to win a car at the end of the season from Sanderson Ford.
That's the one everybody always goes after. And Ian Kennedy has looked terrific. He's retired 7 straight. He has 5 strikeouts. He struck out the side in order in the 3rd. And now here is David DeJesus to lead off the Cubs' 4th. 5 strikeouts for Kennedy, 4 for Jeff Samardzija. DeJesus struck out looking his first time, just back from the DL, reinstated today. He hit .292 in May, then sprained his right shoulder, colliding with the outfield wall against the Mets at Citi Field on June 14th. Drives that one to center. Adam Eaton in center field, at the track, backing up at the wall. That's over his head. DeJesus can fly, and he will stop at second. Diamondbacks did a terrific job there of getting that one back in quickly. DeJesus was thinking triple all the way, but they hold him at second base. Boy, did that thing carry.
Yeah, David DeJesus has surprising power, especially on pitches away that he can drive to the opposite field just above the glove of Adam Eaton, but he makes a nice recovery. Comes up short there, but the ball hit right at the top of that padding and pops straight up in the air. Eaton gets to it quickly, fires it back into Didi. They were ready to relay that ball onto third base if necessary.
And that was a good test right there of the injury that Adams suffered. Remember, he had that small tear. It was the same injury that Didi Gregorius had in spring training on that throw, and we saw Adam uncork one there without any hesitation. Junior Lake bunted to third. Chavez. They get Lake. DeJesus moves to third. Junior Lake making stuff happen out there.
Pretty nice bunt right there. Tough pitch up in the zone. Yeah, he's got a real good feel for this game. We've watched him bunt for a base hit a couple times already in this series. Knows how to angle that bat to keep the ball right down the foul lines. Deaden the ball out near the end of the bat. Good looking young player.
So DeJesus at third, 1 out. Anthony Rizzo. Rizzo hit a liner right to Didi Gregorius. That ended the first after Lake had doubled. They doubled off Lake on the back. That ended the inning. Infield creeping in on the edge of the grass. Rizzo fouls that one out of play. 2 years ago, Rizzo struggled to hit as a 21-year-old in San Diego. Hit 141 with the Padres. Last year, called up to the Cubs on June 26th and wound up as National League Rookie of the Month for July. Finished with 15 homers. He hit 285 last year, but the average is down nearly 50 points from last season. Power production still there. But he started the game at just over 240. DeJesus at third, 1 away. Tell you what, Ian Kennedy's got a little more zip than we've seen lately.
Really cutting it loose.
Always starts with that changeup grip. You see that right there. And adjusts from there. 2-2. That one is driven to the gap in left center field. Jason Kubel giving chase. It one hops the wall. DeJesus will score, and Rizzo is in at second with his 29th double this season. The Cubs take a 1-0 lead. Second double in this inning for the Cubs, and their third tonight.
Well, we talked about the noise of the ball coming off the bat in batting practice. That's a sound you don't like to hear when you're on defense. Rizzo with a very short, abbreviated swing, but caught that ball right on the barrel of the bat. One hops the wall out there in left center for the first run of the game.
DeJesus held up at third just to make sure the ball got down. He had plenty of time to come in with the game's first run. Nate Shearholz. That's out of play. Shearholz has barely played in this series, but he's been very effective. Had a pinch hit single against Will Harris Monday night. A pinch hit 2-run home run against David Hernandez last night. And now he's getting the start in right field.
Yeah, had the roof been open last night, that home run he hit might have brought rain. He hit that ball a mile high to right center field. Didn't know if he got enough of it to get it out of here, but just to the right of the RamTrucks.com pool area.
This was the guy Giants fans used to call Nate the Great. He can hit righties, that's for sure. Right in the RamTrucks.com pool area. 1-1. Little looper that drops into left. They will wave Rizzo. Here's the throw from Kubel, and it's not in time. RBI single for Nate Shearholz. Chicago goes ahead 2-0. Just fought it off the other way, and it dropped in.
Just got jammed a little bit, flared that ball out there into shallow left field. Nice job by Jason Kubel to charge that ball hard. I didn't think he had any chance for a play at the plate, but boy, you see Anthony Rizzo about halfway down the third baseline, turned around, looked back over his left shoulder to see what was going on in left field. Apparently doesn't trust his third base coach, David Bell.
Well, Ian Kennedy had been rolling along. He'd retired 7 straight. He struck out the side in order in the third, but in this inning he has given up 2 doubles and a single. And it's 2-0 Cubs. DeJesus doubled. Lake bunted him over. Rizzo doubled, and now Scherholz is singled. And what was a terrific ball game so far, and Ian could not have looked better through 3. Suddenly issues here in the 4th. Two and 0 to Starlin Castro. Ian faced the Cubs June 1st at Wrigley Field. Got the win. At that point, he was 3-3 on the year. He allowed only 3 hits in that game, had 7 strikeouts. And in that start at Chicago, the Cubs got 3 in the first on a pair of doubles, a walk, and a hit batter. And after that rocky start, Ian retired 17 straight. From the end of the first all the way to the start of the 7th, when Scherholz homered off him to tie the game 4-4. Ian got the next 2 he faced. Diamondbacks scored 8 runs over the last 2 innings, and Ian got his 3rd win of the year, which is the last time he's won. That was June 1st. And there's a walk to Castro. 2 on, 1 out for the Cubs. 2 runs already in. Bob, it's 7 in a row. He had struck out the side in order, and suddenly 2 doubles, a single, and a walk.
And your stuff doesn't leave you that quickly. The velocity's still there. Has the same assortment of pitches that he was using through the first 3 innings of the game. Maybe just nibbling a little bit here in this inning after giving up the leadoff double and the RBI double. I've talked about it throughout this series. Starlin Castro is a tough guy to walk. He does not want to throw that bat over to the bat boy and jog down to first base. He wants to swing. Just couldn't get anything close enough to the strike zone to get him to offer at it.
Luis Valbuena grounded to second his first time up. He's 0 for 1. Scherholz on second, Castro at first. There's a strike. There's more good news. Mark Ellis, a 2-run home run in the 10th at Toronto. The Blue Jays have blown a lead there. It's now 5-3 LA in the 10th at the Rogers Center. So the Dodgers, who are on the cusp of losing that one, have come back once again. They lead it 5-3 in the 10th.
Possibly seeing evidence right before our eyes why the Toronto Blue Jays are in dead last in the American League East, 14.5 games behind the Boston Red Sox, snatching a defeat from the jaws of victory.
Colby Rasmus drop a fly ball or something
with 2 outs in the 9th.
Thanks for playing. Hey. 1-1 to Valbuena. Ever watch Bruce Drennan on Sports Time Ohio, and Valbuena was playing for the Indians, and he was an absolute butcher down there at third. And Bruce Drennan had a talk show on Sports Time Ohio, and he'd sit there and stare into the camera and go, Valbuena! Oh! We used to play the clip on the computer just for laughs. Valbuena! And he'd just be beside himself. He couldn't speak. Strike him out. Valbuena! There's the second out. 6 strikeouts now for Ian.
Truth be told, the Cubs expected Ian Stewart to be their third baseman, but Stewart had a series of injuries and then popped off enough to upset the brass of the Chicago Cubs, and they just released him and sent him home. Luis Valbuena became the de facto starting third baseman and has done a nice job, as we said, with the power.
You got to be kidding me. Puig just homered. It's now 6-3 Dodgers in the 10th inning. Yasiel Puig is homered. In Toronto. Darwin Barney. Well, the Blue Jays have Valbuena it all over themselves.
Yes, they have.
I hate when that happens. 60 pitches now for Ian Kennedy, 40 for strikes. Darwin Barney's a guy who turns 28 after this season, and he's something of a tweener in terms of his age on a club going through a massive personnel rebuild right now. And the question is, is Barney part of the core of the ball club moving forward? Next year will be his age 28 season. He's a tremendous defensive player, but hasn't proved to be much of a hitter. Where does he fit in? Might not have an answer for that question.
I think a lot of that depends on how the Cubs view some of their prospects coming up through the system and where they all fit in. Darwin Barney could help a lot of ball clubs that are not offensively challenged. I mean, as you said, he's not a guy that's going to give you a lot with the bat. Good guy to play hit and run with. He can get down a bunt. He sprays it around the field a little bit, but his main value is defensively. And if you're a team that needs good defense at second, he's your guy.
Gerardo Parra in front of Adam Eaton. That ends the inning, but the Cubs get 2 and they lead it 2-0. Ram Trucks, proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. And by Gila River, another proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Cubs lead at 2-0 here inside Chase Field. Check out FoxSportsArizona.com. All the online local coverage you can't find anywhere else. Jack McGurdo was on the the pregame show today. He'll have his postgame analysis. Cardinals Flagstaff training camp is coming to an end. You can read all about that. And the Suns, like in Las Vegas. Well, who doesn't like Las Vegas, frankly? You can read all about that right now. FoxSportsArizona.com. Ian Kennedy, a little rattled there. 3 base hits, including 2 doubles, and the Cubs have taken a 2-0 lead. Eric Chavez lines that one foul. Chavez, Prado, Kubel, 4, 5, and 6 here in the 4th. Diamondbacks have been out hit 4-1 so far. They trail at 2-0. And Eric back in the cleanup spot behind Paul Goldschmidt, where these two had so much success in May, batting 3rd and 4th in the lineup. Chavez 15 starts in the cleanup spot this year, and when he's hit 4th, he's batting .345 with 3 homers and 14 RBIs in 15 games. That's production. 95. Boy, Samardzija can bring the gas. A discussion with Angel Hernandez.
That's probably the first time that's ever happened.
Maybe once before. Well, Samardzija faced the Diamondbacks at Wrigley Field in that June 1st game against Ian Kennedy. And he was pretty good that night. 3 runs, 7 hits, 6 1/3. And he dominated for a stretch in that ball game. Struck out 11, including 6 straight Diamondbacks at one point. But the issue in that game was an exchange with third base coach Matt Williams. He said Samardzija began yelling at him after the 3rd out of an inning. They kind of crossed paths, and Samardzija looked at him and said, "What are you looking at?" And Matt said he replied, "I'm not looking at you." As Chavez strikes out, 97. That's 5 now for Samardzija. And later, Matt Williams told reporters he had no idea why Samardzija was shouting at him like that. He said, "I didn't have any word. Didn't say a word to the guy." And of course, asked about that after the game, Kirk Gibson ended all the drama by saying maybe next time Samardzija should just shut the bleep up and pitch. So there's a little bit of acrimony between these two, perhaps. I meaning Samardzija and the Diamondbacks, not Matt Williams.
You saw the strike 3 pitch to Chavez and the first pitch here to Martin Prado, both in the upper 90s. That's that 4-seam fastball. When he's pitching with a little extra anger, a little extra adrenaline out there, he'll go to that 4-seamer and just try to bully hitters.
Well, he's got the stuff to do it, that's for sure. He's retired 8 in a row. He's got 5 strikeouts. Prado walked his first time up, and he's ahead 2-0. Samardzija was asked about Monday's trade of Matt Garza to Texas. And by the way, Garza pitched for the Rangers today against the Yankees. And he said he understood. You know, Garza's about to become a free agent. I get it. At the same time, he didn't want to see all his boys traded, he said. That's for sure. That one is lifted down the line and right and out of play. Samardzija said if everyone was dealt, that wouldn't be the coolest thing in the world, especially when the Cubs feel they're not too far away from being a pretty darn good team, he said. And there has been some speculation about Samardzija's future, if he'll sign a long-term deal. Says he hasn't really spoken to his agent much about that, but we'll see what happens.
You mentioned Garza pitching for the Rangers today against the Yankees. He went 7 1/3, gave up 5 hits and 1 unearned run, struck out 5, didn't walk a batter. Texas 2-1 over the Yankees. Actually 3-1 now in the top of the 9th.
2-2 to Prado. Well, Samardzija's a guy a lot of people would have interest in. He's on a 1-year, $2.5 million contract this season to avoid arbitration. And then 2 more arbitration years before he becomes a free agent in 2016. He's 28.
And we talked about this in Chicago earlier this season. He's 28, which, you know, for a pitcher, you're getting into your prime years. But he's got low mileage as Martin Prado rips one through the left side for the second Diamondbacks hit in the game. Because when other pitchers were going to the Cape Cod League or pitching in wood bat summer leagues or winter ball, whatever the case may be, he was playing football. So as far as just pitches thrown and mileage on that right arm, you know, he's probably 23 years old.
And he was a reliever for the first long portion of his career, so he hadn't thrown that many pitches. That ends a streak of 8 straight set down by Samardzija. Prado on base for the second time. Those are the numbers on Jeff Samardzija. Jason Kubel struck out looking his first time. Well, Samardzija recruited to play football at Notre Dame by Ty Willingham as a wide receiver. In his first 2 seasons, he didn't do much, caught 24 passes in South Bend. Then Willingham was fired. Charlie Weiss came in as the Notre Dame coach, and under Weiss, Samardzija became a collegiate superstar. 155 catches as a junior and a senior. He was an All-American. But he wanted to play baseball. And the Cubs drafted him 5th round. Only team that thought he might actually choose baseball, and sure enough he did. Struggled as a reliever. Didn't even make the team out of spring training in 2009. But then, as we said, went to Theo and said, look, I'm all in. I'm a baseball guy. I want to be a starting pitcher and I want to be a Cub. And I am dedicated. And it's paid off. He's the ace of the staff at this point.
When I was working in Chicago, I had a chance to ask Jeff Samardzija about his decision to pursue baseball rather than football, and he told me he likes baseball because you play every day. He said in football you play Saturday and then you practice all week long to play one more game the next Saturday. He likes to play every day.
A good question has been raised from the truck. Why is he a pitcher?
And why is he a starting pitcher? As a reliever, you have a chance to pitch almost every day. But
you know why he's a pitcher? Because he can throw at 99.
And I mentioned that to Charlie Weiss when he was in the booth one day, and he said the only reason he wants to play baseball is because you don't have to practice as hard.
That sounds like a football coach. Well, Samardzija was on a Chicago radio show yesterday and said, as far as he's heard, is being traded by the Cubs is not in the books. Says he loves being a Cub. He's been a Cub his whole career. Wants to be here, likes the future, likes where they're going.
And not to mention the fact that the average NFL career is just a shade over 3 years.
Boy, he was special, though. As a junior and a senior, he was one of those guys. He was just a special player. Made every big catch. Guys hanging all over him, turning, spinning in the end zone. He was something else. 2-2 to Jason Kubel. That one is lifted high in the air to right center field. Sherholz to Jesus out there. DeJesus calls it off. And that's the second out. Just about the same spot where Jason hit it last night. Time for the AT&T Twitter poll question. The most iconic baseball uniform. Cubs, Red Sox, Yankees, Tigers. Tweet your vote to @FoxSportsArizona. BB, your thoughts?
I mean, it's hard to pick against the Yankees because you have to see it almost every day.
On some national networks.
I like that old English D that the Tigers feature. That's a very classy look.
As a Boston native, I have to go with the Red Sox, but I'm with you on the Tiger thing. It's classic. It's one of the great logos that's never changed. The Cubs have had a variety of, I mean, they have the same C essentially, but they've had a whole bunch of different looks over the years. Oh, 1-1 to Will Nieves. Broken bat, little looper, it drops in. Do they have a play? They do. Look out! He collided with a football player, and is Darwin Barney okay? Samardzija was playing defensive back on that one. He was supposed to be a receiver, but Barney was on the receiving end of that one.
Well, you got to love baseball. Will Nieves takes a full swing, breaks his bat, hits a little pop-up over the mound that nobody can get to.
I mean, he knocked him just shy of the first down.
You're going to see that again. That's not the last time we're going to see that play.
You did say something about that, I believe, in the previous half inning.
That's a knock.
That sure is, in more ways than one. So Prado's at second, Nieves is at first. 2 outs for Didi. So you think you can dance?
Well, you need some music to that move right there.
Neither one of them had anywhere to go. Well, that was right out of that's like a blue line check in the Stanley Cup Finals. Neither one of them appear worse for wear. So chance for Didi here. That's where you play the Benny Hill music underneath. Didi flied out to right his first time. Castillo wanted to throw down to first, but Rizzo wasn't out on the bag, playing behind Nieves down there. Didi 4 for 7 in the series so far. 3 hits Monday, a single and a walk last night. Looks at that one. It's 3-1. Behind 3-1 with a pitcher on deck. Does he just work around him at this point? Kind of punt on the at-bat, load the bases, and work to Kennedy?
I would think so, but that's not really in Jeff Samardzij's nature. It may be what the situation calls for, but
just a bit outside, and there it is. Bases loaded now for the Diamondbacks, and Ian Kennedy steps up. That is the third walk of the ball game issued by Samardzij. Ian struck out his first time up. Prado at third, Nieves at second, Gregorius at first. You just punch one back up the middle, it's a tie ball game. .95 for a strike, 0-1.
Yeah, during the course of that Didi Gregorius at bat, we saw Wellington Castillo wind up and get ready to attempt to pick one of the Diamondbacks runners off base. He loves to throw back there. He's got 4 pickoffs already this year. Can be erratic with some of those pickoff throws, but he loves to fire it around the field.
Samardzij jumps out ahead 0-2. In 5 for 36 on the year. Up the middle, Castro's there. They'll take the play at first, and the Diamondbacks leave them loaded. We are through 4. D-backs trail at 2-0. Jeff Samardzij, the former Notre Dame Fighting Irish All-American, with a nice defensive block there on Darwin Barney. D-backs official luchador mask. So it'll be one of the first 20,000 to the Padres and Diamondbacks game. It's a 5:10 start, and you will take home your very own official D-backs luchador mask, courtesy of Circle K and Univision Arizona. It's a good look, so call now, 602-462-4600, or log on and get your ticket, dbacks.com/lucha. There is Kurt beating up a Dodger. James Loney, apparently. Sadly, the Dodgers beat up the Blue Jays. They got 1 in the 9th and 5 in the 10th to win at Toronto 8-3. That's now a final. Dodgers 8-3 winners in Toronto. 1 in the 9th and 5 in the 10th. Thanks for playing, Blue Jays.
Boy, the Dodgers on some kind of a roll over their last 28 games. They're 23-5. That's the best stretch that the Dodgers have had since early in the season in 1977.
Puig homered again his 9th. They out-hit the Blue Jays 16-5. So the Dodgers have won. D-backs trail at 2-0 here. Castillo, Samardzij, DeJesus 8-9-1, and the Cubs 5th. Wellington Castillo, the 1-1. Now, BB, how's your dental hygiene? Can I get you a toothbrush, some floss?
I'm good, thanks.
Apparently, it's a dentist convention out there. That's a big wild swing by Castillo. So some dentists are out by the pool. That's got to be a good time. Those guys can party.
Watch Will Nieves on this swing. It's an off-speed pitch. Castillo's out in front. That's when your backswing usually gets extended. Will Nieves knows that, so he leaned to his right to stay out of the way of that backswing.
7 strikeouts for Ian Kennedy. 1 down in the 5th.
That comes with experience. After you've been whacked on the side of the head a couple times or hit in the back of your left elbow, you learn to read those pitches and you read a batter's swing. And Will thought he was in danger that time, so he leaned to the right to get out of the way of that bat.
Samardzija struck out his first time. One issue for Ian continues to be putting hitters away. He's given up 56 two-strike hits this year. Right to Goldie. Takes a base hit away. An extra base hit away.
And with a pitcher hitting, you're always a little more alert on the opposite side of the field. You don't figure that Jeff Samardzija, or any pitcher for that matter, is going to pull a really good fastball. That time Goldie got a great jump on that liner. Looked like it was ticketed for right field, but snared it before it got through the infield.
People are now aware of what Paul Goldschmidt is doing here offensively, but I just don't get a sense yet that people realize nationally how good this guy is defensively. He is an elite defensive first baseman. David DeJesus. Struck out in the first, doubled and scored in the 4th. Ian, with all these strikeouts, has been much better in terms of putting hitters away. We mentioned the 56 two-strike hits this season. 56 times the opposing batter has had a base hit when Kennedy had 2 strikes on him. And for the entire season, he'd allowed 114 hits, so almost exactly half of the hits he's given up all year have come in 2-strike counts.
Boy, that just sounds like an unbelievable percentage. I could be way off base. I'm not sure what the numbers are as far as the league average for a starting pitcher, but that seems extravagant.
114 hits on the year, 56 of them with 2 strikes. He's got 2 strikes on DeJesus here. Ramtrucks.com pool. The dentists are out there. Watch out. Make sure you floss.
Pool's full of fluoride tonight.
That's right. There you go. That funny taste. Two and two. David DeJesus, second season of a 2-year, $10 million deal with the Cubs. There is a club option for next year at 6.5, so there is the potential of an expiring contract here, which makes DeJesus a trade candidate with the deadline a week away, 1 week from today, right? And there's a lot of speculation that's a reason that Soriano is not in the lineup tonight. Not even, in fact, in the dugout, in the clubhouse, pondering a reported trade to the Yankees. They've reportedly now, we should preface that, given him a couple of days to make up his mind. Martin Prado kicks off the glove and goes into right field. And there's another 2-strike hit.
Left fielder Junior Lake.
Very close to that cut of the grass. Actually, it hit on the grass, just caught him in the little finger of the glove and got through into shallow right field. Hit him in a bad spot of the glove.
5 hits now for the Cubs, and here is the Junior Lake show. Doubled in the first and a sacrifice bunt in the 4th. This guy has been something else. Drives it to the gap in left center, and DeJesus is flying home. No throw from Gregorius. It's 3-0 Cubs. The Junior Lake show continues here at Chase Field. Holy moly. His first 6 major league games, 14 hits.
I had months in the big leagues I didn't get 14 hits. I mean, fastball down and in, just drop the barrel of the bat on it. Lightning quick swing. It just seems like he is really locked in right now.
BB, in this series, just in this series, he is 9 for 12 with 5 RBIs. Junior Lake. He hit his first double right to the same spot. Just 23 years old. And Dale Swaim said that after Lake essentially took over Monday's game here and won it for the Cubs, Swaim said if you expand that sample size over a 162 game season, a player like Lake, Swaim says, can win you about 14 games just by taking over ball games with his athleticism and his ability. And that's what they're looking for at every position. Well, who isn't? But boy, what a start. $14 hits in his first 6 big league games. 2-0 to Anthony Rizzo. He doubled and scored his last time.
Well, Lake Michigan in Chicago is only about 4 blocks from Wrigley Field, but I think it'll be another great lake in Chicago.
I see what you did there. The first, of course, was Steve Lake. And there's a walk.
Now, I look at Junior Lake right now like we looked at Yasiel Puig when the Dodgers came to town. He was hitting everything. And pitchers were trying to very carefully probe the different areas of the strike zone. How can I get him out? Don't throw him a strike. I mean, Junior Lake has been a notorious free swinger throughout his minor league career, a guy that will expand his own strike zone. And now big league pitchers are just trying to see what he can hit and what he can't hit. Well, we know he can hit a strike.
And he's comfortable here. It certainly seems that way. And he knows Starlin Castro. They roomed together in the Dominican Summer League. They were roommates in rookie ball. So he's sort of got a built-in friend up here. That always helps. And Junior Lake at second. Anthony Rizzo at first. Castro on deck. Nate Scherholz is up. Scherholz has popped up. Had an RBI single his last time. 1 for 2. Bullpen phone is ringing.
Will Nieves has done a nice job corralling some of those curveballs that end up in the dirt. That one almost behind Nate Scherholz. Somehow Will got over there and smothered that ball and held the Cubs runners at first and second.
Well, Scherholz strictly a platoon guy these days. He barely hits 190 against lefties. But against right-hand pitching, 280. Better than 280, in fact. Josh Colmenger throwing for the Diamondbacks. Another 2-strike count here. Baby, what do you make of you look at some of the numbers tonight for Ian? 7 strikeouts, but 4 doubles, 6 hits, 3 runs so far, and he's not out of trouble yet.
No, and
very much a mixed bag.
What you mentioned earlier, the inability to put guys away when he's ahead in the count.
That ball is absolutely crushed. Nate Scherholz, a 3-run home run, his 13th homer of the year. And the Cubs have opened this one up. It's 6-0. And that's another 2-strike hit.
Four straight curveballs to start the sequence. He tried to sneak a fastball by him on the inside corner, and Scherholz able to keep it fair down that right field line just inside the foul pole.
Starlin Castro. Tell you what, Nate, we've talked a lot about Junior Lake. Nate Scherholz, pinch hit RBI or pinch hit single against Will Harris Monday. Pinch hit 2-run home run last night against David Hernandez. Tonight he's got an RBI single and a 3-run homer. He has driven in 4 of the Cubs' 6 runs.
Every manager wishes they could have a crystal ball in that dugout and predict the future, because if you knew Ian Kennedy was going to blow up in the 5th inning like he has here, Gibby probably would have hit for him in the bottom half of the 4th inning. Had him up there with the bases loaded and 2 outs. Not an ideal situation to burn a pinch hitter off the bench, but had you known what was going to transpire here in the top half of the 5th, I think he would have pulled the trigger on a pinch hitter and gone to his bullpen.
Diamondbacks have left the bases loaded twice tonight. High chopper to Didi at short. And that's the inning, but the Cubs take a 6-0 lead. Century Link, your link to what's next. Adam Eaton trying to get the offense kick-started here, down 6-0. He's driven in 4 runs tonight. It's a 6-0 Cub lead. Top of the order against Jeff Samardzija here. Adam Eaton, Gerardo Parra, and Paul Goldschmidt. Boy, Bob, Ian Kennedy had started off that inning with 2 quick outs. He struck out Castillo, got Samardzija to line out to Goldie, hit a rocket down to first base that Goldie snagged. So it was quickly 2 down there, but then single, double, walk, homer. And just like that, it's 6-0.
Well, it started in the 5th inning for the Diamondbacks in last night's ball game. That's when Martin Prado hit that solo home run on an 0-2 count in the 5th inning, and then they proceeded to score 3 runs in each of the next 3 innings. Hopefully the same thing will happen here tonight.
Diamondbacks have had their chances. They have left the bases loaded twice tonight. Samardzija walked 3. They have 3 hits. Chavez single, Prado single, Nieves single. Looking for answers.
Trying to find that lucky spot. I've been there before.
Discussion with Wade Miley right there.
Gibby normally is all the way at the left side of the dugout in that particular shot right there, but as you can see, all the way down to the right end, possibly talking to the players down there at that end of the bench about something, maybe just trying to shake things loose a little bit.
All right, that's a good start. A leadoff walk for Adam Eaton. That's the 4th walk issued by Samardzija tonight.
Right fielder, Gerardo Parra.
It's not out of the question. You could get Samardzija up over the 100 pitch mark in this inning with some good grinding at bats, and then it starts to get a little dicey from that point forward. Dale Swain would have to think about going to his bullpen.
Well, this is just the man for it. Gerardo Parra 0 for 2 so far, and 2 for his last 37. In 23 games since June 25th, which was the start of the Diamondbacks' 10-game road trip that slogged through Washington, Atlanta, and New York, Parra has hit 136 with 3 extra base hits, and they have missed his presence at the top of this lineup. He scored 4 runs in 23 games, and that after being among the league leaders all year. So if you're looking for reasons as to the offensive woes as of late, well, Gerardo just hadn't been on base like he was before. And as Kurt Gibson told us today, well, the guy's been on the ground a lot. A little beaten up right now. Eaton aboard at first after the leadoff walk. And that one gets by Barney. Adam Eaton will stop at second. Need base runners here, down 6-0. Don't take any chances out there. And there's a welcome hit for Gerardo Parra. Hit that one well.
And Parra's inability to consistently get on base lately has really been missed by the guy making his way into the batter's box right now, Paul Goldschmidt. Throughout the first half of the season, it seemed like every time he came to the plate, Gerardo Parra was in scoring position.
That's true. But despite that, Goldie's still leading the league in RBIs with 80. He has walked and struck out so far tonight. Paul Goldschmidt has hit in 4 straight games and 14 of his last 16. Batting nearly 400 over that span. Conversation here with Samardzija and Castillo.
9 plate appearances for Paul Goldschmidt against Jeff Samardzija this year. 6 have resulted in strikeouts, the other 3 in walks.
That's about, well, sounds about right. Goldie 5th in the league in hits and 3rd in walks. And finally tuned in these situations at 407 with men in scoring position. Saw Goldie when he struck out his last time up. Not something I'm sure we've seen yet this year. Kind of fling the bat in the helmet in frustration. Eaton at second, Parra at first. He's off that one. It's 2-1. Samardzija now at 90 pitches, 53 for strikes. He sure is clutch.
94 miles per hour. A little tailing action out there on the outer third of the plate. Goldie right through it. Maybe tipped it into the glove of Wellington Castillo.
Eden walked, par single. No outs here in the 5th. Good take right there. It's full 3-2. Tell you what, that's a tough take back there with Angel Hernandez.
Yeah, it's a very fluid strike zone. That looked like a pretty good pitch right there. Heavy sinking fastball at 96. Make it hurt.
Ball 4. That's 5 walks for Samardzija. And the Diamondbacks have the bases loaded with nobody out. Five walks in the ball game. 2 in this inning. You've got Eaton at third, Parra at second, and Goldie at first. And here is Eric Chavez. Big RBI spot. Diamondbacks have had the bases loaded twice in this ball game, and both times they left them loaded. Almost lost that one. Chavez 3 RBIs in his last start last night against the Cubs. He singled and tripled and scored a run, and that end of the dugout, Gibby, is working just fine. Stay right there. Don't move.
Boy, the Diamondbacks need to get a crooked number out of this situation. I mean, you'll take what you can get, but if you come away with 1 run after loading the bases with nobody out, that'll feel like you've been defeated in the inning, even though you're on the board.
Well, this is the right guy up there. The Elias Sports Bureau says that Eric Chavez has 28 RBIs in his last 30 starts for the Diamondbacks. So this is the right guy at the right moment.
These are the kind of rallies, it seems lately, that the Diamondbacks have done their best damage. Mix in a couple of walks, force that pitcher to throw a lot of pitches in the inning, give him an opportunity to make a mistake.
Here's the 1-0. Chased a high one there. It's even 1-1. He's been here before. Eaton at third, Parra at second, Goldschmidt at first. 96, and Samardzija jumps ahead now, 1-2.
Once again, I mentioned it before, you got to be heads up for the wild pitch pass ball here. A guy that likes to throw that splitter in the dirt.
Good speed at third with Adam Eaton. Almost. You're right on call there. Xavi back even at 2-2.
Yeah, that's the splitter, but it has a lot of side rotation rather than that tumbling over the top rotation, and that one acted like a screwball away from the left-handed hitter.
Fights that one off. Diamondback can get right back in this thing with one swing right here from Eric Chavez. 7 hits for the Cubs, 4 for the D-backs. Popped him up, shallow left. Valbuena. Castro wants it in fair territory, and that's the first out. The bullpen getting busy now with Samardzija at 99 pitches. We've seen Blake Parker in this series already. So a good chance for Martin Prado here, swinging a hot bat. On base 3 times last night, including his 9th home run. Really driving the ball well lately. Prado having an outstanding July. He's hitting .319 this month, including 3 homers and 13 RBIs. Big RBI chance right here. Up the middle, seconds.
When you play a series against the Cubs, you expect them to kick it around a little bit, but you don't expect it from their best defender, Darwin Barney. Maybe he got a little bit spooked by the base right there. That ball very nearly hit second base. Barney came up with the glove. The ball stayed down, gets through into center field, and the Diamondbacks are on the board.
That is E4 on a Gold Glove second baseman. Beebe, it looks like he was just focused on turning the double play there, maybe.
Well, keep the pressure on. Get some traffic on those bases. Put the ball in play. Make them make plays.
E4, Goldschmidt to third. Prado aboard at first. Here's Jason Kubel. Kubel is struck out and flied out, 0 for 2.
That last delivery pushes Samardzija up to the 100 pitch mark in this ball game.
They give Martin Prado 1 RBI on the E4. And Prado has been on base 3 times tonight. A walk, a single, and now the error. Don't see that at all from Darwin Barney. Here's the 0-1. Eaton walked. Parra singled. Goldie walked. Chavez pop up. Prado ground ball up the middle to score 2. Popped him up left field. Lake coming in. Castro going out. And Junior Lake snares it for the second out. Thought for a moment we might have another misadventure out there between the former roommates.
Well, you got a shortstop in Starlin Castro that feels like he can catch every ball hit in the air no matter where it is on the field, and a guy that's inexperienced playing outfield in Junior Lake, but they managed to get through it unscathed.
Will Nieves 1 for 2, singled his last time up. Had an RBI single in his start last night. Another day off today for Miguel Montero, who's been battling a little bit of a back injury. Injury is a strong word, just a sore back. But just being extra careful with Mickey. He's got a lot of miles on him this year. And so Will Nieves in there for the second day in a row. Now Kirk Gibson has gone down to his normal spot right next to Alan Trammell on the other end of the dugout. Chopper Barney. Diamondbacks strand 2, but they get 2 across. Martin Prado's ball up the middle delivers the first 2 Diamondback runs, and we are through 5. It's a 6-2 Cubs lead.
hopefully, you know, praying for Miggy that he's fine, you know, and there's nothing serious. But yeah, I mean, this is what I prepare myself every day to just be ready whenever they need me, you know, and they need me today again, and I'm ready. I'm excited.
Will Nieves with our Geico quote of the game because of Miguel Montero's tight back. Will getting his second straight start, and it really didn't catch him completely off guard, but he has not seen a lot of action this season. When he has caught, he has done a remarkable job, and certainly offensively he's been a nice backup for Miggy, who by the way has caught 696 innings. Going into yesterday's game, that led all major league catchers. Yadier Molina has overtaken him, but you know, Will's done a nice job, but I think in his mind right now he's preparing to maybe go longer than 2 straight days. We'll see how quickly Miggy can come back, but boy, nice to have a backup like Will to step up and deliver like he's done so far this season, guys.
Absolutely, Brad. He has done a terrific job both defensively and offensively in 14 games as the starter this year. Will has hit .345 with 9 RBIs, and he's back there now catching Josh Colmenter, who will start the 6th here. He saw the defensive change, A.J. Pollock in there, and he takes over in left field for Jason Kubel. Martin Prado, and that's the first out of the 6th. So Colmenter in and Pollock in at left. Josh Colmenter, he pitched 1 inning in Monday's game against the Cubs, had a hit and a strikeout. Here is Darwin Barney. He's had a rough day out there. He got knocked over by Jeff Samardzija and had a ball go right through the 5-hole for 2 runs. Nice play by Ernie Young down there in left field. The view from high above. That's the Friday's Front Row Sports Grill. Right above where A.J. Pollock has taken over in left field. So once again they go to the well here, and Josh Colmenter, he's been used as both a short man and a long man a lot more lately. Seems like Gibby is ready to use him in any sort of spot. He usually comes in earlier and does the job and gives guys off days, but now he's more of a 1-inning man.
And he's a guy that can miss some bats too. You know, if you need a strikeout in a key situation, Josh Colmenter has shown the ability with that rising 4-seam fastball and the changeup to get guys to swing and miss. Hey, a 1-inning outing for Josh Colmenter. He didn't even break a sweat.
No, it's
That's all you want? 1 inning?
But
you know, we come to the ballpark every day hoping to see something you don't normally see, and we saw that tonight. The error by Darwin Barney to allow a couple runs to score. This didn't happen much last year. He set the National League record with 141 consecutive errorless games, and he's playing a position where he gets a lot of action.
yeah, we were at Wrigley Field for his bobblehead day, and a little bobblehead had a Gold Glove on it.
I mean, you had to have that kind of a year to unseat Brandon Phillips.
Oh. He makes a lot of spectacular plays, but he's just relentlessly consistent defensively.
Yeah, Phillips will make the behind the back plays and throw from his knees and do all kinds of plays. Yeah, I think he just got fooled by the bag right there a little bit. Maybe wanted to get to the bag too quickly to try to initiate a double play, and it scoots underneath.
I don't think it hit the base. It might have caught just the corner, but Eric Chavez spins and throws. 6 Gold Gloves, 2 away. Well, this guy's an artist down there. Absolute artist.
Catcher, Wellington Castillo.
You just don't have a lot of time to react to bad hops or side spin on the baseball at third base. It gets there so quickly, but it seems like Eric Chavez always has that glove in exactly the right spot.
And they say the same thing about Jeter too, right? It's in terms of the experience and the positioning. Didi Gregorius. Kicked that one and probably should have held on to it. And that's an E6.
sure if his pants are ill-fitting or if that ball maybe hit him in the thigh.
Ooh, he sort of planted that foot and spread out a little bit, and now he's stretching out his groin. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. E6, Castillo aboard, and Samardzija will hit. I think it was when Didi planted to turn back to the ball after it went off the glove. Or he might have stretched himself out a bit too much. He's walking it off right now. Take another look. Watch when he plants the foot after it goes off the glove. Right there, that stop, plant, and turn. Ball also hit him in an area that probably shouldn't have. There's a base hit for Samardzija. That's just his 4th hit this year. Two on and two out for the Cubs. We'll look at our Chevron next game matchup. Series finale here against the Cubs tomorrow. It'll be Carlos Villanueva and Wade Miley. So come on out and join us at Chase Field for the finale of this series. Last chance to see the Cubs in person. Then the Padres come in for 3 over the weekend. Top of the order now, David DeJesus. He has singled, doubled, and scored twice. His first game back from the DL. Just off the DL today with a sprained right shoulder. He's been out since June 14th, missed 33 games, but apparently hasn't missed a beat here. He's 2 for 3.
David DeJesus spent his rehab time over in Mesa. You know, a lot of times a guy will go to the AAA affiliate or the AA affiliate, depending on the schedule and where those teams are. But he stayed right here in Mesa and played for the rookie league team, getting some at bats, getting some playing time, getting prepared for tonight.
Yeah, he did well, 4 for 11 with a pair of doubles. Chops that one to Colementer. Little toss to goalie, and that ends the inning. Cubs strand 2, bottom 6 coming up. Diamondbacks trail at 6-2. CenturyLink, your link to what's next. By Mazda, we believe if it's not worth driving, it's not worth building. And by Jack in the Box, go big at a Jack in the Box near you with Jack's new Big Stack Burger. Beautiful night at Chase Field. Diamondbacks trail the Cubs 6-2, set for the bottom of the 6th inning here. It'll be Didi Gregorius, A.J. Pollock, and Adam Eaton, 8-9-1 here in the Arizona 6th. And nice view, nice night here. Just relaxing in Chase Field. Good times. Here's Didi. He has fly down and walk so far, 0 for 1. Much was made of Kevin Towers' comparison of Didi Gregorius to a young Derek Jeter after the D-backs acquired Didi from the Reds in the Trevor Bauer deal this winter. Here's the first pitch from Samardzija. And KT made it clear he was speaking primarily about how they compared physically at the same age and more of a style of play. Jeter played 15 games in '95, then went full-time in '96, and Didi, kind of the same deal, 8 games with the Reds last year, essentially full-time now. Drives that one to center field to Jesus. One away.
I think a lot of people would be surprised if they had an opportunity to stand next to Derek Jeter. You know, you watch him on TV, you don't realize how big he is. He's 6'3", probably weighs 200 pounds. Didi maybe not quite that heavy at this point in his career, but Didi's a lot taller than you realize when you stand next to him.
Well, I went and I looked it up, as I tend to do. Derek Jeter, through his first 66 games in '96, which is essentially his first full-time season. First 66 games hit .276. Here's A.J. Pollock. Didi Gregorius, his first 66 games this year, hit .275. Just saying. A.J. had a double and a triple last night. 3 RBIs and scored twice. Had himself a heck of a ball game. He was flying around the bases.
I'll tell you, it sure would be nice if Didi followed the same kind of career arc that Derek Jeter did.
That'll work, sure.
String together about 15 200-hit seasons in a row.
Well, I only did the first 66. After that, he's on his own. Samardzija had 110 pitches now, 66 for strikes, and he's still going. Samardzija's high pitch count for the year, 116. That was June 13th, and a no decision against the Reds at Wrigley Field. And as Bob said earlier, this is a not unfamiliar territory. He's been over 100 pitches 16 times this year. 3-1. Up the middle, base hit. A.J. Pollock is on a roll lately. Boy, he is really hitting the ball well. That's the 5th hit for the Diamondbacks, and now here's Adam Eaton. Adam walked and scored his last time up. He has hit safely in 5 of his 11 games since he returned from that elbow injury. And a big night in the leadoff spot last night. On base 4 times, 3 singles, a walk. He scored 3 times. Fathers were tweeting pictures of their kids with little mustaches.
So a few youngsters here pre-game had tape on mustaches working.
It can become a thing. Lifts that one to Junior Lake and left. Started in, now backs up. That's the second out. These were some of the Adam Eaton photos on the Twitter last night. Now that's tremendous, right? After last night's game. That'll work. That was on the Twitter last night. Did a little retweet of that. The Super Mario look. That could catch on. And then she still looks thrilled. When did you first grow your mustache?
I think it kind of got started back in college. I'd shaved it off and on throughout the minor leagues, but I think there was only one bubblegum card of me in the 1983 season when I had shaved my mustache. They took the pictures the next day. I started to regrow it, so there are some pictures of me without a mustache, but I've had one since I was about 6.
Must have been very intimidating for the other kids at recess.
Yeah, but it had its advantages, you know, moving forward. Not quite 21, but boy, does he look 21.
Sure. Yeah, that 4th grade kid down the end of the bar, he's buying all the drinks.
Yeah.
Want to know to Gerardo Parra.
The guy with the G.I. Joe backpack.
The guy with the Weeblo badge.
I'd stay longer, but my mom's going to come pick me up.
Yeah, you can tell the guys that have had the mustache for a while. Like that guy's had that mustache for a long time. It's not just kind of a thing he's trying out. It's part of the game. Pitch number 118 is fisted into center, and that drops in front of DeJesus, and Pollock flies into third. Gerardo Parra had been finding a slump, his second base hit tonight. 2 for 35 going in. He's 2 for 4 tonight.
His first base hit in the game was a hard ground ball through that right side. This a little jam shot into center field, but I guarantee you he will take them all at this point. And with 2 outs in the inning, A.J. Pollock got a great jump and easily goes first to third.
And Dale Swaim is pulling the plug on Jeff Samardzija with Paul Goldschmidt coming up. 118 pitches for Samardzija, 70 for strikes. First and third, 2 outs. Pitching change. Goldie coming up. We'll take a break. Long record of dominating Paul Goldschmidt up there, but with Goldie coming up and 2 on and 2 out, Dale Swain goes to Blake Parker.
That's why you see the big smile on Goldie's face in that on-deck circle. Jeff Samardzija went back to that first base dugout on the Cubs side of the field and immediately went down to Dave McKay. Dave McKay is the first base coach that's responsible for positioning the outfielders for the Cubs, and Samardzija said, "Why did we have DeJesus playing so deep out there in center field?" Of course, he had a laugh about it afterwards. A little broken bat floater that landed in front of DeJesus in center to create this first and third situation.
Well, here's Blake Parker now. He has tossed scoreless relief in 14 of 20 appearances with the Cubs. That over, well, just over 20 innings or so. This is his 21st appearance of the year. And it's been an issue for Dale Swain this year, the bullpen. And they've handed a lead over to Blake Parker now. It's 6-2, 2 on and 2 out. Pollock at third and Parra at first. Here's Paul Goldschmidt. He has struck out and walked twice. The National League RBI leader. Breaking ball misses there, 1-0.
Oh, for a big one right here. Turn this into a ball game again.
His next home run will be number 50 on the career. Gave it a shot. 1-1.
Parker just rolls a slider up there on the outer third of the plate. Steals a strike from Goldie. Probably sitting on a fastball there on a 1-0 count, looking for something he can drive.
A little better numbers for Goldie against Parker than against Samardzija. Goldie's hit in 4 straight in 14 of his last 16. Driven to left. That ball is carrying and it is gone. 50 career home runs for Paul Goldschmidt, and the Diamondbacks are right back in it. A 3-run jack, number 22 on the year. And that's a Fulton home run. Another $150 to Central Arizona Mountain Rescue. And that is 50 home runs for Paul Goldschmidt.
Boy, the only question was, is it high enough to get over that left field fence? Just an absolutely ripped line drive to left field. Pitch up over the inside part of the plate. Just does get into that front row out there in left field.
Oh, a couple of D-back fans almost had it. And Bob, I know Samardzija was at, what was it, 118 or something like that, but let's be honest, he has owned Goldie, owned him this year. And you're going to go with Blake Parker?
Yeah, you're going to have to answer some questions for the Chicago media after the ball game about that particular pitching change.
The 3 at-bats that Goldie had against Samardzija the last time he faced him, June 1st back at Wrigley Field, were Paul's, forgive me, the worst 3 at-bats he's had this year. I mean, Samardzija made him look silly up there. And, this is a guy that we talked about, had been in games and deep into games, well over 100 pitches all year long. But it certainly worked out in the Diamondbacks' favor. Suddenly it's a 6-5 ball game. And the Diamondbacks once again are scoring late. Last night, 1 in the 5th, 3 in the 6th, 3 in the 7th, 3 in the 8th. Tonight, a 2-run 5th, and so far a 3-run 6th. I mean, that's a big time second guess, but boy, the numbers say that was Samardzija's guy. But we will certainly take it. 2-2 to Chavez. There's the strikeout for Parker, but you can see he's upset with himself for giving up career home run number 50. That one, Goldie gone, and it's a 6-5 ball game. Here it is, Paul Goldschmidt, number 22 on the year. Diamondbacks back within 1. On the home run count for Goldie, and a good time to remind you, hey, the next bobblehead is of our very own Paul Goldschmidt. It's a must-have for the collection, so it's a big day to be here at Chase Field with us. D-backs and Mets, August 10th. Get your very own Paul Goldschmidt bobblehead courtesy of Audi. A special 1,000 fans will get the gold edition, and you don't have to wait. Guarantee getting your bobblehead right now. Don't miss out on the Goldie bobblehead. You can buy the Goldie bobblehead 4-pack, and there they are right here in our booth. Log on to dbacks.com/4-pack for more info or call 602-462-4600. Junior Lake is up there, and he's been a whole handful. And now we have some new positioning out here in the outfield. A.J. Pollock has shifted over to center field, and Adam Eaton is in left. But you may have noticed some maintenance on the Goldie bobbleheads after the fiasco that we had here last night.
Yeah, I thought the bat order just came in today from Louisville Slugger. Wasn't sure.
Let me get these wires out of the way. We updated our. Yeah, that's good. That's a good looking bobblehead right there. We have updated some of the staff here, who again shall remain nameless. Did some work, and we have fixed the bat situation with the Goldie bobbleheads. Colementer working at Junior Lake, who's been a handful, a pair of doubles. He has an RBI and he scored a run. How about the home run by Paul Goldschmidt? Homers that had sort of been hard to come by for Goldie lately. He'd homered just twice in his previous 27 games. And over a span of 120 plate appearances with 2 home runs. Prior to that home run, he'd gone 120 plate appearances and homered just twice.
I think that comes back to what you were talking about earlier, just sticking with his approach. You know, a lot of guys, if they go through a home run drought, especially a run producer in the middle of the lineup, they'll start trying to hit home runs.
Popped him way up in the air. Shallow left field. Eaton coming in. Didi's out there. And they finally figure out a way to retire Junior Lake. That's one out. Well, that's what Gibby said. He believes in what he's trying to do up there, and he never wavers. And that's why he never has these sort of erratic ups and downs that other guys may have. Because the plan for Goldie, the plan of attack, what he's trying to do out there, Gibby told me today, just never changes. He believes in it, sticks with it. Here's one for you, BB. I got a question for you. Just off the cuff here as I make these defensive changes. Eaton and Pollock, center field, left field. Gibby seems to like, and I'm just guessing based on the way that he's moved guys around, haven't talked to him about it, but he really seems to like AJ in center.
And rightfully so. From what he's seen this season, AJ gets great jumps on the ball, seems to always take the good angle to get to where he needs to be. With his speed in center field, he's quick enough to back up plays on the corners in right or left field. I mean, Adam Eaton runs extremely well too, but Gibby's been watching A.J. Pollock do it all season.
It's interesting. The only reason I bring it up is because they got, A.J. in the ball game earlier. He was in left, and then he purposely switched him around.
Well, I wish I had a better answer for you.
Yeah. That one gets in the gap, and Adam Eaton tracks it down. You're going to cover a lot of ground out there with those two. And that's the view from Friday's Front Row Grill over Adam Eaton in left, A.J. Pollock in center, and Gerardo Parra in right. That's as good a defensive outfield as there probably is in the major leagues.
You see them signaling to each other, that communication from a couple 100 feet apart. A.J. Pollock signaling with his bare hand and with his glove, and Gerardo Parra knew exactly what he was talking about. They have their own language out there.
There's Nate Sherholz. 3-run home run his last time up. He also has an RBI single. He's driven in 4 of the Cubs' 6 runs. There's the Colementer off-speed pitch.
It's a great equalizer against a good fastball hitter. At full arm, change up in the strike zone with a little bit of movement. Got Sherholz way out in front.
And with Eaton in left, it gives you 2 really good arms in the corners. With Parra and Eaton, they can both throw it.
I mean, if you think about glove side, a left-hander playing left field, his glove side would be toward the foul line, giving him a little extra extension on balls hit that direction, but that's quite a reach.
There's another off-speed pitch, and it's a strikeout for Josh Colminter. Home half of the 7th on the way. Joe Borowski joins us. Don't go anywhere. It's a one-run ball game. Fans, the Fox Sports Arizona Fan Express, brought to you by Cox Communications and Fry's Food Stores, is headed to some D-backs games August 11th, September 1st, so get on board to stop by this month's participating Cox retail store in Tucson and Fry's Food in Globe. And you can enter to win 2 seats on the Fan Express bus. They'll pick you up, take you to the ball game, and drive you home, all aboard the big Sedona Red bus. And wearing a Sedona Red shirt is Joe Borowski. The red is working here.
Yesterday worked so well. You know, you guys came in, you wore red again. I figured I'd join the party.
Everybody on board. It's working so far. Right back in this one.
Yeah, great. I second guessing Swaim on that pull-in Samardzija against Goldie.
What do you
heard
think?
You guys talking. I said first, as soon as I saw him coming out of the dugout, I said, Goldie right now is got a huge smile on his face.
That was a gift, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, with how he's dominated Goldie so far this season, that was Dale Swaim giving the Diamondbacks a gift right there.
Yeah, Jeff Samardzija is off the Christmas card list for Paul Goldschmidt, but Dale Swaim takes his place.
Is that, BB, is that an example of a, I mean, look, Dale Swaim knows his guys way better than any of us do. That's beyond debate. And how Gibby's moved to the other end, the lucky end of the dugout. Is that a case of a manager maybe worrying a little bit too much about pitch count and looking at the number and getting hung up on the number?
It certainly could be, but I think the first point you made is probably the most accurate. I mean, we don't know what's said down at first base dugout. Chris Bosio may have sensed that.
Oh, boy. Martin Prado has really found his swing here in July. Prado on base for the 4th time tonight, and the Diamondbacks get the tying run aboard to lead off the 7th punt.
Yeah, Chris Bosio may have noticed something from Samardzija. Maybe some of his pitches were flattening out. Maybe his mechanics were coming apart a little bit, and they just decided that was the right time to make the change. It couldn't have worked out any better for the Diamondbacks.
Well, the pitcher spot is due up now after Kirk Gibson double switch. So here in a pinch hitting role off the bench to hit for the pitcher is Aaron Hill, who's been getting a couple of days of rest. Gibby mentioned that Aaron had looked fatigued a little bit right now with his swing. He's in a 4 for 30 slump right now, but he will hit for the pitcher here with the tying run on and nobody out. How big a deal is that, Joe? And I guess it's the same for a starter or a reliever when you just own a guy. I mean, you have that sense like, hey, that's my guy.
It's huge. As a pitcher, you feel that it just seems like you can hit every spot you're looking to throw at. I know as a hitter, it just looks like a big beach ball coming in. It's one of those phenomena about baseball that there's just certain guys you own and certain guys that own you. It's almost like Samardzija could have went up there and thrown underhand and still get Goldie out. It's just one of those things that are hard to explain how it happens like that. But the one good thing about it is Goldie does that, and now all of a sudden the momentum has swiftly changed to the Diamondbacks' direction.
They have now actually out-hit the Cubs 8-7, but trail at 6-5. 2-0 to Aaron Hill. We've seen Gerardo Parra break out of his slump. Parra was really struggling coming in, 2 for 35.
And the great thing about that is you don't have to hit the ball sometimes hard in gaps. Sometimes it's just two little duck farts that fall in there that could start you up again.
So we'll see if Aaron Hill can break the 4 for 30. Looks at a strike. So Parra 2 for 4 tonight. He has singled twice and scored twice. And a chance now for Aaron to get a good swing on a ball here in a 3-1 count. By the way, there has been a scoring change. You might recall the ball that David DeJesus hit in the 5th inning that was ruled a single. It's now been changed to an error on Martin Prado, a little dribbler to second base. So that is no longer a base hit for DeJesus in the 5th. That is now E4 on Prado. So they've taken a hit off the board for the Cubs. Here's the 3-2. There goes Prado swinging, and Hill strikes out. Martin moves up 90 feet. This is a good one for you, Joe. We'll update our AT&T Twitter poll question. What uniform is most iconic among the big leagues? You know, Yankee people, what can you do?
Yeah, I mean, I heard you guys talking, and even though they owned me in my career, being from the East Coast, there's just something about the pinstripes. I'm sorry, Steve.
But that's the Jersey guy, but come on, you're better than that.
About the
better than that, Joe. Rise above.
You would think that I wouldn't even consider them, being that they pretty much owned me my entire career, but
the Yankees.
It's such a recognizable NY and pinstripes.
You've been watching way too many Yankeeographies on the Yes Network on the satellite. Will Nieves out in front of an off-speed pitch from Matt Guerrier, 0-1. Yeah, you could kind of see the way where that one was going. Nieves 1 for 3, singled in the 4th. How much will having Will Nieves back there a little bit more, Joe, impact the pitching staff?
I think it's huge because it's all a comfort level. When you got a backup catcher that really doesn't catch too much, there's not much sync between him and the pitcher because you're not always on the same page because you haven't been out there. You haven't seen what's been working for him. Because you can watch all you want from the bench, but it's something about being out there. It's always like when I would say you could throw as many bullpens as you want, but until you get in the game, it's completely different. So it'll be that he's growing accustomed to the pitchers, and they feel more comfortable with the game he's calling.
Now, here's the thing for me about that. It's a matter of the guy just. It becomes annoying to have to shake off all the time, right?
Sure, absolutely. You want to be on the same page with somebody where you trust and you feel that he has an idea of why he's putting that down for you. You don't want to. You have so many things going through your mind. You don't want to have to worry about. I don't want him to put down the wrong sign for me, so I got to call my own game and be in tune with that all the time.
Oh, Will Nieves was swinging wildly up there in that at bat against Guerrier. He strikes out. Diamondbacks with a tying run in scoring position here in 2 down. Here's Didi. So a single and now 2 strikeouts for Matt Guerrier. Didi is 0 for 2. He walked back in the 4th. And he's had a good series so far. 3 hits Monday, a single and a walk last night. And a chance to knock in the tying run, but hold on, we'll have a new pitcher here apparently.
I think Dale Swaim's going to fire his left-handed bullet. James Russell feels this is a key point in the ball game right here, and Russell's been one of his best relievers and his only lefty, so we're going to see Russell in this game.
We will take a break. Diamondbacks have the tying run on second with 2 outs here in the 7th. Run at second with 2 outs. Didi Gregorius is up there, and he'll face the new pitcher for the Cubs. It is the left-hander, James Russell.
2-pitch guy, just a fastball and a slurvy breaking pitch. Usually keeps the ball down in the strike zone. There's another guy, just like everybody else, wearing a blue uniform tonight. His name's been bandied about in trade talks. Teams looking for left-handed help in the bullpen could do a lot worse than James Russell.
And this is where you look at the platoon splits for Didi Gregorius, and they are about, well, they're exactly 90 points down here from this side of the plate against left-hand pitchers. Didi 311 versus righties, 221 versus lefties, and a chance for tacos here and a chance to tie the game with 2 outs. Now, Joe, what do you do if you're up there in Russell's spot? You know you're facing a guy here that is struggling a little bit against left-handers.
And the biggest thing that points out to me is the big struggle is obviously it's with the breaking ball coming from a lefty. So he's having trouble with the ball coming at him and breaking away from him. So I stick with the breaking ball the entire at bat.
There it is.
All right, look at that. Innings 1, 2, 3, 11th in the National League in runs scored. 4, 5, 6, 10th in the National League in runs scored. But 7, 8, 9, number 1.
He's on the lucky side. I think everybody's getting a kick out of having Gibby down the other end. Going away here again on 0-2. Lifted into shallow left. That's got a chance. Here comes Lake, and he tracks it down, and they will strand the tying run at second. Joe, thanks. We'll see you in the post-game show.
Looking forward to it, guys.
Now Gibby goes back to the other end. It's still 6-5 Cubs.
Ian Kennedy in the game tonight. Back on June 1st, he did the same thing at Wrigley Field. Now, pitches were a little bit different as far as elevation, but both out over the plate where he could extend his arms. Solo homer in Chicago, 3-run blast in the game tonight.
New pitcher for the Diamondbacks to open the 8th inning is the right-hander Will Harris. He'll face Starlin Castro, Luis Valbuena, and Darwin Barney. Will appeared in Monday's series opener against the Cubs. He worked the 9th and allowed 3 singles and a run.
Another good job by Josh Colmenter tonight, coming in pitching 2 scoreless innings. Gave up only 1 base hit, struck out a batter.
It's amazing how effective he is with essentially 2 pitches.
Yeah.
And one of them a fastball. It's about 88 miles an hour.
And usually up in the zone.
The Monday game in which Will allowed a run. You can see his low ERA here in the National League since the end of May, right there with the best of them. When he gave up a run in the 9th here on Monday, it was just the 3rd time in his last 26 appearances that Will Harris has been scored on. There's a base hit. Castro aboard for the 2nd time tonight, a walk and a single. Diamondbacks have stranded 9 tonight, 4 for the Cubs, each team with 8 hits. Arizona has twice left the bases loaded and just left the tying run on second there in the last inning. Luis Valbuena 0 for 3. Valbuena's hits seem to come in bunches, batting 171 over his last 10 games. And he does have 5 multi-hit games this month, so he's kind of a feast or famine guy. And he's been on a diet tonight so far, 0 for 3.
Just don't toss him a cookie. Guy does have some pop in the bat with a runner at first base. He's got a big hole on the right side of the infield. Up until 2 strikes, he's looking to pull the ball.
He's got 9 home runs. Like that. Gerardo Parra tucked into that little corner. Just enough room for Gerardo to get underneath that one by Valbuena. And sometimes the architecture works in your favor. A little nook and cranny, and he hit it right to the wrong spot.
Well, I'm not sure if that's a nook or a cranny, but we needed every bit of it on that drive. That looked like that was headed way back into the bleachers, but Parra never gives up on it. Gets right back into that little crease to make the catch.
You got to be kidding me. He hit it to the one spot where it wasn't a home run.
I mean, 3 feet either direction, that ball's out of here.
I mean, if that's not a great sign for the Diamondbacks for the rest of this game, I don't know what is. That ball looked like it was headed for 10 feet into the bullpen. Here's Darwin Barney. And little indentation there. He's tucked into the corner like an end table or a coffee table or something. Barney's 0 for 3. He's 1 for 11 in the series.
Now, Dale Swaim doesn't push a lot of buttons with his offense, but this is a case where he may play some hit and run. Darwin Barney handles the bat well. Castro runs well over there at first base. Very few circumstances where the personnel will match up just right for a manager to try to do something, especially a guy that normally likes to just let his guy swing away.
Yeah, Barney is a guy with great hand-eye coordination. He makes contact almost every time. He has struck out only 174 times in nearly 1,600 career plate appearances. He will make contact. Watch the reaction from Luis Valbuena. This is a home run. A little Pudge Fisk action here. Get over there. Come on. Keep topspin. No.
Dave McKay, the first base coach, throws his hands down in disgust. Well, the Cubs should be very familiar with that, though. You go to Wrigley Field, if the wind's blowing in off the lake, you can't shoot one out of there to right field with a bazooka.
Oh. I remember that game we did on that Sunday. Remember that when the wind was blowing direct straight in from the lake on a cold day, like 40 degrees. 1-2. Got a piece of it.
Well, we don't have lake breezes here, but we do have the air conditioning on and the roof and panels closed, so may have been the savior for that one.
Wasn't that the deal at the old Metrodome where they used to turn the AC off and on depending on when the Twins were up?
That's what the story always was. I never really played there enough to know, but yeah, the story was when the Twins were hitting, the air conditioning was either turned off or the vents behind home plate were turned on, and then the opposite when the other team was hitting.
Once again, Barney finds a way to make contact. Guy's a tough guy to get out, at least by punch out. 18 games this month, all starts. Darwin Barney hitting under 200. He barely hit over 200 in both April and May. His season numbers still recovering after a difficult start. He lacerated his left knee in a final spring training game of the year. Opened the season on the DL. Quick throw over. Castro is back. Castro, by the way, has 8 stolen bases in 10 attempts this year. Barney offensively just hasn't been able to get going yet this year, and it's almost August. 2-2. Here's the lead of Castro at first. There he goes. Up the middle, and how about that? Right to Martin Prado, and there is the tailor-made double play. Every bounce in this inning going the Diamondbacks' way. Can't get any better than that. CenturyLink, your link to what's next. Pollock, Eaton, Parra coming up in the home half of the 8th. It's a one-run game at Chase. The 8th inning, defensively, it couldn't get better. In fact, let's make them our Chaz Roberts air conditioning cool plays of the game. They use every inch of that right field corner to prevent the home run. And then with Castro taking off, Prado has to break to cover the bag, and they hit it right to him.
It gets through Will Harris's legs, first of all, on the mound. I don't know how that didn't hit Will Harris, but goes right to Martin Prado, who was going to the bag to cover on the stolen base attempt. Couldn't have worked out better.
Those are our Chaz Roberts air conditioning cool plays of the game. So a lot of luck there. Every little bounce going the Diamondbacks' way in that inning to keep it a one-run game. And now Pedro Strop is on to face the Diamondbacks here in the home half of the 8th. A.J. Pollock, Adam Eaton, and Gerardo Parra. Pedro Strop acquired by the Cubs from the Orioles, part of a four-way trade earlier this month. He has started his Cubs career with 9 scoreless appearances over 7 2/3. Here's A.J., who came into the game midway through. Singled and scored his first time up. Hit the ball well up the middle, and he is swinging a good bat lately. Really looks good. AJ was not in the starting lineup against Samardzija, a fellow Notre Dame Fighting Irishman. And both went to Notre Dame. AJ, in fact, was all Big East at third base for the Fighting Irish in 2007. Notre Dame's kind of like sort of, I know Northwestern is there and all that, but Notre Dame seems like it's sort of the official school of Chicago. A big Notre Dame contingent there.
Yeah, there's a huge Notre Dame contingent there, but yeah, Northwestern's football program has made great strides recently, and they call themselves Chicago's home team.
Now they're trying. It's all in the marketing.
There's only one football team in Chicago.
The Bears.
The Bears.
High in the air. First base side. Rizzo near the stands. Up against the railing for the first out. Hey fans, if you or someone you know would love to be calling the game right here in the booth with us, and they're between the ages of 10 and 14, then come out this Sunday to Chase Field for the Fox Sports Arizona Sanderson Ford Kitcaster auditions. They are from 11:30 in the morning to 1:30 in the afternoon at the Sandlot right here at Chase Field during Sunday's Padres D-backs game, and you will be up here. Not sure how I feel about that. You'll be up here broadcasting alongside Bob Brenly doing play-by-play. Tell you, the mustache thing is really catching on here, BP.
She just started growing that this morning, too.
Sure. And here is the mustachioed Super Mario Brothers. What do we got here? Mustache. Mustache Mojo. It works. Now, I think the young lady behind that gentleman's got an Adam Eaton mustache going. 96, 3-0 now. Nice to get Adam Eaton on base. Here's the tying run. Adam's, that's a nice work right there. Adam's wife, Katie, apparently not a huge fan of the mustache. There's the strike, 3-1. But with the way things went last night, we're all just going to have to live with it.
Yeah.
Apparently it's catching on. 3-1. Right to Valbuena. So 2 down, and here is Gerardo Parra, who has fought his way out of his skid. He's 2 for 4 tonight. He has singled twice and scored twice. Each team with 8 hits. Cubs have left 4. Diamondbacks have stranded 9, including the bases loaded twice. And with 2 outs and no one on, it is Parra versus Strop. Is it just me, or is that catcher's mitt twice as big as normal? That looks like a pretty big catcher's mitt.
It does look like one of the larger ones. Former Cub catcher Giovanni Soto used to use one of the smallest catcher's mitts. Wellington Castillo going completely the other way.
Yes, he went, says Dana DeMuth at third.
Yep, he was right.
Boy, Parr's got so much movement there with trying to get himself started with that front leg.
Front leg, back leg, hands are moving, everything's moving. When his timing is perfect, he can stroke the ball all over the ballpark, but that's a lot of moving parts to get time just right. Quick pitch.
Swing and a miss. It's a 1-2 3/8. We head to the 9th. It's a 1-run ball game at Chase Field. Well, it's been a back and forth ball game. Diamondbacks down 6-0. 2 in the 5th, 3 in the 6th. It's a 6-5 ball game, and the closer for the moment is on here. Down a run in the 9th. That is Brad Ziegler. His 52nd appearance of the season, among the most in baseball.
A little bit of a head scratcher. My own take on this. This tells me that Gibby's not totally committed for Brad Ziegler being his closer. You wouldn't bring your closer into a game where you're trailing by a run in the 9th.
Well, how about this? Let me throw this at you. He got the save in the win at San Francisco on Sunday. So is it a case of he needs an inning?
That could possibly be it as well. And we did see in the ball game last night, Heath Bell and David Hernandez both pitched an inning in that game, as well as Tony Sipp. So, yeah, maybe he just wants to give Brad Ziegler an inning of work.
Up the middle, Martin Prado. Typical Brad Ziegler out right there, one away. Julio Bourbon will step in now, and he'll hit for the pitcher.
Number 20, Julio Bourbon.
Brad Ziegler's 52 appearances tie him with the Mets' Scott Rice for the most in the major leagues. So here is Julio Bourbon.
Yeah, it seems funny to say the guy's had 52 appearances, needs an inning of work. But once you get into the rhythm of the season and you have a reputation for being a rubber-armed guy, you can't go too many days without throwing. You'll start to lose your effectiveness, lose your location.
Julio Bourbon, 6 for 32 as a pinch hitter this year. This guy doesn't hit a whole lot. He's batting only 164 since June the 1st. Well, Kirk Gibson said after Brad got the save Sunday that for right now, Ziggy is kind of the guy he's tabbed for the closer's role. But Gibby quickly noted that could change, and that he kind of, makes the decision on the closer's job as things go on within the game. So it's a very fluid situation.
Yeah, check the matchup numbers, a particular pitcher against a particular group of hitters in one inning. Maybe you have a bunch of low ball hitters due up in the inning, and then you would go to Heath Bell or David Hernandez, guys that throw more high fastballs as opposed to that sinking low fastball that Brad Ziegler throws.
Well, Brad says that he thinks ideally if everyone is pitching well, then he's not the closer. And if that were the case, then JJ or Heath Bell or David Hernandez would be the closer.
Ziegler is such a weapon with that ground ball, and we saw it in the early part of the season when the opposing teams would get some traffic on the bases late in the ball game, needed a double play. Ziegler was your guy. Bring him in out of that pen. He's going to throw a ground ball. You know that.
Line drive right to Goldie. 2 down. Hey fans, MLB.com at bat, #1 source for live baseball everywhere you go. It's available for iPhone, iPad, Android, BlackBerry 10. At bat delivers D-backs baseball with live audio, pitch tracking, stats, news, highlights, and more. So text at bat to 31826 or visit dbacks.com. David DeJesus just back from the DL. 2 for 4. He has actually now 1 for 4 because that was the scoring change. He initially was awarded a single in the 5th inning. That was changed to an error on Martin Prado. So he's 1 for 4 with a double. He scored twice. Oh and 1. Oof. His off-speed stuff is getting better and better. A little changeup, which will become a big weapon for him. Throws it now about 15% of the time. And he's ahead 0-2. Brad has not allowed an earned run in his last 6 appearances. Ground ball up the middle. It's Bindini for a base hit. Tell you what, for a guy that missed a lot of time here for the Cubs, 33 games, David DeJesus looks just fine.
Left fielder, Junior Lake.
We talked about Goldie's approach at the plate, and David DeJesus, not a big power hitter, not a big run producer. He's always been a top of the lineup guy, but he has the same kind of idea. He believes in his approach. He sticks with it at bat after at bat after at bat, and that time was rewarded with a ground ball base hit up the middle.
It's really bad news because now Junior Lake gets another shot, and what a series he's had. There's a ground ball right to Didi. They go the short way, and that's the inning. Down one, bottom 9 on the way, and the big boys in the lineup are coming up next. You'll see Goldie, Chavez, and Prado in the bottom of the 9th at 6-5. Trailing the Cubs 6-5. Goldie is our APS Energy All-Star for the season against the Cubs. 9 for 21, 2 home runs. He had the big hit of the night so far for Arizona. A 3-run shot in the 6th. Career home run number 50 for Goldie.
This one left a vapor trail. He really clubbed that ball to left field. As I said at the time, the only question was, is it high enough to get over that wall? And just had enough.
And the Cubs have brought their closer on. Here is Kevin Gregg. All he wants for his birthday is a Goldie home run. Well, he's got one. How about 2? Let's hit another one for little Timmy there. Kevin Gregg converted his 19th save in 21 chances Monday night here. And he'll face the heart of the order. Goldschmidt, Chavez, Prado, 3, 4, and 5 in the Diamondback 9th. They trail at 6-5. Goldie has been on base 3 times tonight. 2 walks and a home run. The homer is 22nd of the year. There's the strike, 0-1. Goldie signs are everywhere. Mustache on men and women alike all over the ballpark. D-back Nation in full force here. That's the strike call there from Angel Hernandez, and quickly it's 0-2.
You see from the radar gun readings, Gregg is not overpowering by any stretch of the imagination. Fastball between 88 and 92. He throws a splitter, throws a slider, needs to stay out of the middle of the plate to be effective.
Going down and away here. It's a pretty good signing for the Cubs. They got him on a minor league deal April 15th after he was let go by the Dodgers. And Gregg was 12 for 12 in save opportunities to open the year. He's 19 for 21 now. The rally jersey. Staying away. And it's 3-2. Eric Chavez is on deck.
0-2 to 3-2. How many times have we seen this for Goldie this year?
He has more at-bats in full counts this season than any hitter in the major leagues. It was 56 going into the ball game. His average when the count is 3-2 this year is 375. Leadoff man on, tying run aboard for the Diamondbacks in the ninth. That's the third walk tonight for Paul Goldschmidt.
What a great at bat.
Well, he's third in the National League in walks, 3 tonight, and now Kirk Gibson is on the lucky side of the dugout. That apparently is the offensive side. When he needs a run, he goes down there, hangs out with the grumpy old Bill Bloomquist.
Yeah, so only the Braves have more come from behind victories in the National League than the Cubs this year, 27 times.
Eric Chavez, hard to right. That gets down in front of Scherholz, and Goldie heads for third. Safe. Chavez 2 for 5.
It's a slider down and in. You can see Wellington Castillo going down into a blocking position. Chavez picked it right off the ground. Goldie had a really good read at first base. Knew that ball was going to get down. Goes first to third.
How about this? We're going to have a little conversation with a closer here. Tying run is 90 feet away. The winning run is at first with nobody out. And here comes Martin Prado, who has been on base every time he's been up tonight. Prado walked in the first, singled in the fourth, reached on an error in the fifth, singled and stole second in the seventh. Pitcher spot is coming up after Prado, and Cody Ross is on deck. Well, they clearly have a strategy in mind here. That's the reason for the meeting, I'm guessing.
Infield drawn in, which, you know, really helps a hitter in any situation, but especially Martin Prado, a contact guy. You bring that infield in. If he doesn't hit it right at one of the Cub defenders, it's got a chance to get through.
There's a strike. Prado having a big July. He's at .319 this month, including 3 homers and 13 RBIs. 2 for 3 tonight. Paul Goldschmidt, the tying run at third. Eric Chavez, the winning run at first. Nobody out. Prado on base 3 times last night. He's been on base 4 times tonight. Here's the 1-1. Lifted in the air to shallow right field. Scherholz is there. Goldie at third. And here he comes. Now he bluffs. There's the throw. Rizzo cuts it off, and that's the first out. Goldie made a charge. Matt Williams about a third of the way down the line there. Made sure he didn't go through the stop sign. And there's one away. Not quite hit deep enough there, Bob.
No, not deep enough, and not enough lateral movement from Scherholz to even take a chance that time. His momentum was carrying him right toward his target. Very shallow out there in right field. Just couldn't take that chance.
Well, here's a chance now for Cody Ross, who will hit in the pitcher's spot. Goldschmidt, the tying run at third with a 1 out. Chavez, the winning run at first. And Cody Ross steps in. Cody is a pinch hitter this year, 3 for 10 with a double, a homer, and 3 RBIs. 1-0. Lifted in the air, high and deep to Lake and left. He's at the track. Goldschmidt's at third, and here he comes, and that will tie the ball game. We got tacos, and we're still breathing here in the ninth.
Boy, it looked good coming off of Cody Ross's bat. Thought he might have had enough to sneak that one into the left field bleachers, but it got out there on the warning track, just kind of feathered into the glove of Junior Lake, but plenty deep enough to score Paul Goldschmidt with the tying run.
The winning run is still at first with 2 down now. And here's Will Nieves. Roll to right field. Barney! And the throw pulls Rizzo off the bag. Everybody's safe. Chavez moves up to second. Really tough play right there for Darwin Barney. A very slow roller and a high hopper in a shallow right. And it turns into Nieves' second base hit tonight.
Well, there's an old saying in this game, it's not how you hit him, it's where you hit him. Will Nieves hit that little pop-up that checked up behind home, or rather the pitcher's mound. Got a base hit earlier in the game. This time places it in a perfect spot where the Gold Glover Darwin Barney can't make a play.
Keep in mind the Dodgers, as they pinch run for Chavez now. Cliff Pennington is the winning run at second with 2 outs. Keep in mind, Dodgers came back and won. They had an extra inning ball game in Toronto. They came back and beat the Blue Jays late, so the Diamondbacks need a win here to keep pace in the National League West. They trail by a half game going into play today. Winning run at second, 2 outs. Here's Didi Gregorius. He's 0 for 3. Wellington Castillo wants to talk about it.
Didi had an at-bat and a base hit against Kevin Gregg in game 1 of this series. Came with 2 outs in the 9th inning, and then final out of the ball game was made, but that always helps. Your most recent memory against a guy is having some success.
Didi's had a good series, 3 hits Monday, a single and a walk last night. He scored a run. Diamondbacks with 2 in the 5th, 3 in the 6th, and 1 big one here in the 9th. It's been always Cliff Pennington over the course of these crazy ball games all year long, BB, who has driven in the walk-off hit. Now it might be somewhat apropos if he scored the winning run in the walk-off right here.
I'm all for it.
A.J. Pollock is on deck. Roll to short, Castro backhands it, long throw, and it's in time. The Diamondbacks strand 2, but they get the tying run across. We've got tacos and we've got extra innings at Chase Field. We'll head to the 10th. It's 6-6. innings presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. Feed it. Defensive changes for the Diamondbacks as the new pitcher comes in. It is the Heath Bell experience. A pair of strikeouts in his last appearance last night against the Cubs. He worked a scoreless 7th.
Came in relief with Patrick Corbin in that 7th inning. Did give up one base hit. Came to Junior Lake, believe it or not, but then quickly got a fly ball to center and a strikeout to Indian.
Cliff Pennington, who came on to pinch run for Eric Chavez, takes over at second base, and Martin Prado, who was at second, moves to third, and he takes over there for Chavez. So Prado at third, Pennington at second, and Heath Bell is in there to face Anthony Rizzo. Rizzo, Schuerholz, Castro, 3, 4, and 5 here in the Cub 10th. Diamondbacks trail it 6-0. They got 2 in the 5th, 3 in the 6th, and 1 in the 9th. Rizzo so far, RBI double. He scored a run in the 4th, walked and scored in the 5th. Miguel Montero might be available to pinch hit. We'll see. Did not start this game with a little, well, an aggravated or tweaked back. Just not feeling great back there.
Hey, I hope it was just from doing a little bit too much, taking a few extra cuts in the batting cage on that third base side of the field.
That's a foul ball. Heath Bell is the 5th Diamondbacks pitcher tonight. We've seen Ian Kennedy, who went 5. Josh Colmenter worked the 6th and the 7th. Will Harris got the 8th. Brad Ziegler the 9th. And now here's Heath Bell on for the 10th. His last 5 appearances have all come in a setup role. He's worked as a 7th and 8th inning guy lately and done very well. Only 3 hits allowed in 4 scoreless innings. No walks and 4 strikeouts. This is where the Diamondbacks live here. They are 10-4 in extra inning games. They are 2 under 500 when they play regulation. 6-run deficit, the largest comeback in Diamondbacks history. That's what they've done tonight. They've done it 8 times now. 2-2 to Rizzo. Still trying to get a feel for that breaking ball.
He'll occasionally throw a snapdragon up there and just absolutely lock up a hitter, throw it for a strike, and then he'll go through stretches where he throws them like this, which, you know, in a 2-strike count, you're hoping to get Rizzo to chase a bad pitch, but that was bad right out of his hand.
Yeah. He has been superb defensively all season long.
That ball was hit hard. Looked like it was ticketed for a base hit to right field. Cliff closed ground. Had enough time to stand up and take a couple of crow hops and still threw Rizzo out by a few steps at first base. What a great play. Keep that leadoff man off the base.
Almost has to wait for Goldie to get to the bag. He got to it so quickly. Got to be careful here. Nate Schuerholz. Schuerholz hit a pinch hit home run last night. Hit a 3-run moonshot tonight. Spiked another one there. It's 2-0. Now, Bob, at what point when the curveball is just clearly not the night for the curveball? Do you sort of scrap it here and move on?
This gets back to what we talked about briefly last night, using the head shake as an extra pitch. If you're going to throw all fastballs, and Heath Bell has come into games and done that before, just shake your head once in a while just to plant a seed of doubt in that hitter's mind. I mean, ideally you find the curveball and use it as a weapon, but if you can't throw it for a strike, you have to do something to get that hitter off of your fastball.
And for the fastball there, down and away, but missed. It's 3-0. And it's in these situations in which Heath essentially becomes a one-pitch guy.
And Dale Swaim is very much like Kirk Gibson. He likes to turn his guys loose 3-0. Oh. Dale Swaim really made his name in this game as a hitting coach. He is all about the offense, all about swinging that bat and hitting the ball in the gaps and over the fence.
Schuerholz has had a good series. Pinch hit single Monday, pinch hit 2-run home run last night. Got an RBI single and a 3-run homer tonight. Down and away again. On the 3-1, that is driven to left field. Adam Eaton backing up at the wall. And he's got just enough room. That's allowed out number 2 in the 10th. There's that outfield defense, Bob, we talked about.
And just enough slice on that ball. It wasn't pure backspin. It had a little sideways spin on it. Caused it to die out there on the warning track, and Eaton grabs it right up against the wall.
Schuerholz has really hit the ball well in this series. So with 2 outs now, here's Starlin Castro. Castro walked in the 4th, singled in the 8th. He's 1 for 3. 3 for 12 in the series so far. He was hitless last night.
Well, we've talked a lot about the scouts that were here. We assumed to watch Matt Garza in the first game of this series. He was scratched. Other Cubs, including Alfonso Soriano, David DeJesus, possibly on the trade block. But when scouts to come watch one particular player and they see somebody else, like Nate Schuerholz, have a big series, suddenly he becomes a hot commodity.
You saw the gentleman in the black shirt behind home plate. That's Tim Naring. He's one of the top assistants to Brian Cashman, the Yankees GM. And it's perhaps one reason why Alfonso Soriano is not in the lineup tonight. Naring has been following Soriano through Colorado and now here in Arizona, and there is a reported deal on the table that would send Soriano to the Yankees, where he started his big league career, and he has reportedly now been given a day or 2 to think about it. He's got a full no trade in his contract. And Tim Naring, who's been following Soriano around, it's a good example, has to find something else to look at tonight. Soriano not even in the dugout.
Yeah, he wasn't even on the field for pregame workouts. I was down in the Cubs clubhouse before the ball game while they were taking batting practice, and Soriano was sitting in a Barca lounger down there watching a game.
Well, I got one for you, because now it's the 10th inning and it's all hands on deck. He has actually just creeped into the dugout from the clubhouse. They might need him here. And he's got a lot to think about right now. His first appearance in the dugout tonight. Alfonso Soriano. He could help somebody. There's no question about that. Right-hand power is hard to come by these days.
Especially an American League team where you don't have to worry so much about his defense. He's much improved defensively out there in left field, but boy, if you could just get him up there for 4 or 5 at-bats a game and not have to worry about his defense, that's pretty enticing for an American League team.
It's funny, you read a lot about what's out there now, trade deadline a week away, and the general consensus is not a whole lot. There's some quantity, but in terms of quality, I like a really good bullpen arm, a legit upper echelon starting pitcher, a real power bat to get to. There's so many teams in the wild card race, there's not a lot to choose from out there.
I think quite possibly the team you'll see be most active, at least unloading players at the deadline, might be the Chicago White Sox. They're having a miserable year, but they've got some pieces on that team that could really help a playoff-bound ball club.
Jake Peavy, Adam Dunn is a guy. Alex Rios is another guy you hear a lot about. The White Sox might be interested in unloading. Peavy costs a lot of money, but he's got 1 more year left on his deal, so that's not a rental. And there is the brain trust looking at everything. Kevin Towers and his staff. Another 2-2 to Starlin Castro. Speaking of the White Sox, Jason Kubel's name came up in Chicago last week as a possibility for the White Sox. If they do indeed move Rios and Dunn, they would need a bat. They certainly don't want to lose Jason's power from the left-hand side. There's a big strikeout for Heath Bell. It's a 1-2-3 10th. How about that? Starlin Castro a little upset. Chance to win it here in the 10th with A.J. Pollock, Adam Eaton, and Gerardo Parra. And a 6-6 ball game. Cubs and Diamondbacks series finale of this 4-game set tomorrow here at Chase Field. Hope you'll join us on Fox Sports Arizona. Pregame at 6 for Carlos Villanueva and Wade Miley, and then it's 3 against the Padres over the weekend. A.J. Pollock, Adam Eaton, and Gerardo Parra 9-1-2 here in the Diamondbacks 10th against Kevin Gregg.
We told you about the Dodger game earlier today in Toronto, where they came from behind to win 8-3. Giants trailing 9-1 at San Francisco against the Reds in the bottom of the 7th. Padres got beat by the Brewers 3-1 today. Colorado Rockies a 2-1 winner over Miami.
Finally made it. Ballpark number 30 in the books. Good night to be here. Looking at the bench strength here, BB, Kirk Gibson has used his entire bench with the exception of Miguel Montero, who was not in the lineup with a little back issue. The only bat off the bench that Dale Swaim has used so far is Julio Bourbon. A.J. tries that one to right. Sure. They still have Ransom, Gillespie, Soriano, and Navarro on the Cub bench. One position player left. And he's got a bad back. And as you can see, a lot more choices down there for Dale Swaim. Adam Eaton walked and scored in the 5th. Just the kind of a moment in the ball game where everyone up there is trying to win it.
It can get to that, yeah. And yeah, we talked about it earlier. That's the worst thing you can do, is go up there and try to hit a home run. Because pitchers at this point in the ball game are usually going to stay away from your power. You know, if you're going to beat Kevin Gregg, or if you're going to beat Heath Bell or any one of these late inning relievers, usually you're going to have to do it with multiple hits to the opposite field, because they're just going to stay away from your pull power.
2-1. That looked like a home run swing.
Yeah.
That's a Miggy swing.
That's a
right
Miggy
there.
swing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's exactly
like
it. That's how you end up with a bad back. 2-2. He's run it full. Ronald Parra on deck. Drives it to right. Sherholtz on the run near the pool. He won't get it. It one hops the ball. And Adam Eaton stops at second. That's his first double this season, and the Diamondbacks have the winning run in scoring position with one out. He's not hungry. He's eating. I tell you what, he let it eat on that swing.
Yes, he did. Much more under control, head right down into the strike zone and splits that gap in right center field. Had thoughts about third base, but Sherholtz played that carom off the wall out there in front of the RamTrucks.com pool nicely and held him to a double.
There is the winning run, one away, Gerardo Parra. Parra 2 for 5. He has singled twice and scored twice. Tell you what, can't think of a better way to snap a 2 for 35 than a night like Gerardo has had so far. And one more single in the walk-off winner would sure be a nice way to put an end on that slump. He singled and scored in the 5th, singled and scored in the 6th. He struck out his last time up.
Well, if Parra doesn't end this game or reach first base in this situation, I don't think Paul Goldschmidt's going to get a chance to swing the bat.
He's on deck. Kevin Gregg, the closer, creeping up on 30 pitches here. Diamondbacks with runners in scoring position tonight, 1 for 11. They have stranded 11 base runners. And that one is a big one, the winning run on second, one away. Slow roller up the first base line. Rizzo has it, and Eaton moves to third. Here comes Goldie. Now behind Goldie in the order was Eric Chavez, but with all the double switching, Chavez is out of the game and Cliff Pennington is in the 4-hole right now. And yep, they are not going to mess around with the National League's RBI leader with a winning run 90 feet away.
Well, it's a no-brainer. You look at this Diamondbacks lineup, you look at the Diamondbacks offense lately. I'm sure when the Cubs had their advance meeting, they said the one guy we don't want to let beat us in this series is Paul Goldschmidt, so why even mess with him?
It's got to be a little bit unnerving to have to throw those 4 intentional balls with the winning run at third. I mean, a little extra careful there.
Yeah, for some guys, they can't throw an intentional walk. See the catcher jumping and diving all over the place.
Now remember that Cliff Pennington has been the man this season in extra innings. He has made a season's worth here of hitting in extras.
Well, they're just going to give Paul Goldschmidt second base. Obviously, his run doesn't mean a thing at this juncture of the ball game, and Anthony Rizzo playing with his heels on the outfield grass down there at first base to try to get as much range as he can.
Cliff has 8 hits in his last 10 games. Winning run at third, 2 down. Goldie takes off for second. Pennington shows bunt but pulls it back in time. That's a ball 1-0, and Goldie moves up on defensive indifference. He has had 3 career walk-off hits. One against the Cardinals here at Chase Field, another one against the Texas Rangers. This was, in fact, back on May 27th, Cliff Pennington. This was a doubleheader. And that sent everybody on board a plane in a good mood.
One thing I like there. He knew that Paul Goldschmidt was going to go ahead and take second base. The Cubs weren't holding him on, but he showed bunt as he took the pitch. I'm pretty sure Cliff Pennington had no intention of bunting that ball, but because he did that, Luis Valbuena's not sure now. He's playing even with the baseline, maybe a step in front down there at third base.
2-0.
I mean, even taking a pitch, you can accomplish something. You can set something up for later in the at-bat.
8 for 13 in extra innings this season. Cliff Pennington. Kevin Gregg has now thrown, the closer, 35 pitches. 19 of them balls. Top step. Tense moments. Can't bear to look. That's the winning run at third. 3-1. Martin Prado is on deck. Dodgers have already won in Toronto. Diamondbacks looking for a win here to keep pace and stay a half game back for the NL West lead. 3-2 to Cliff Pennington. Bases full. That's the third walk of the ball game issued by Gregg. Two of them, or one of them, intentional. And here is the red-hot Martin Prado. Prado walked in the first, singled in the fourth, reached on an error in the fifth, and singled in the seventh. He flied out his last time up. Bases full, 2 outs, winning run at third. One and 0. Might be Miggy time.
Can't be Miggy time.
Can't possibly. It puts on a good show anyway. Up the middle, Castro. Third time in the ball game. The Diamondbacks have left the bases loaded. Will go to the 11th. It's 6-6. jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Feed it. So a missed opportunity there for the Diamondbacks, and we head to the 11th inning. Heath Bell still out there. He worked a 1-2-3-10. Valbuena, Barney, and Castillo, 6, 7, and 8, the scheduled Cub hitters here against Heath Bell. Diamondbacks have left 14 base runners stranded, 5 for the Cubs. And left the bases loaded now 3 times. Here's Valbuena. Heath Bell had very little command, if any, of his curveball in the previous inning, and we'll see how it looks here in this one. All fastball so far. He's behind 2-0. Popped him up. Shallow left. Eaton coming in. Didi going out there. Adam Eaton and his mustache have it. 1 away.
Second baseman,
Darwin Barney 0 for 4. Heath Bell jumps out ahead 0-1. Good number since June 27th. An ERA under 2. 10 strikeouts in just under 11 innings. All fastball so far here, Bob. He's put that curveball in his back pocket.
Working to the bottom of the batting order, you don't really want to mess around too much. If you feel like you're commanding that heater, you can stay away from a hitter's power. No reason to mess around with a pitch that you're having trouble commanding.
Second. Just his second hit of this series, a high hopper off the third base bag.
Prado in great position to make the play there. Was able to cover that foul line, make sure you're in a no doubles position, but when the ball hits the bag and bounces over your head, there's not much you can do about it.
And that's exactly what it is. A double for Darwin Barney, his 18th of the year. And here is the catcher, Wellington Castillo. He's still got some pieces on that bench, Bob. Although Navarro is on deck, he'll hit for the pitcher. And that'll burn both catchers here in the ball game.
For Heath Bell, this is only the second time this season he's gone more than an inning in a game. Last time he did it was back on May 4th against the San Diego Padres, when an inning in 2/3. The last time he pitched as much as 2 innings in 1 outing was all the way back in the 2010 season.
Well, with the exception of the loud out that Scherholz made for the second out of the 10th, he's looked pretty good. He got a little dribbler up the line that just took a bad hop off the bag.
And there's a curveball that gave the illusion of a strike. Looked like it was going to be in there. Castillo hacks at it, and the ball just dropped right out of the bottom of the zone.
There's the strikeout. Second of the ball game for Heath Bell. 2 down.
Back-to-back breakers to finish off the Cubs catcher, Wellington Castillo. 3 strikeouts in an 0 for 5 night. Didn't even come close.
Well, now you got to be careful here with the Cubs' other catcher. Here is Deanna Navarro, and he will hit in the pitcher's spot. And this guy has made a lot of noise in this series so far. He's a .286 on the year, 9 home runs. A single and a home run after starting the first 2 games of the series. This was Monday.
Yeah, from the right side of the plate, which is where he is much more dangerous. A .515 hitter as a right-hander, only .210 as a lefty. However, he does have 5 home runs as a left-handed hitter, 4 as a righty.
He is 6 for 16 as a pinch hitter this season. That includes a pair of pinch hit home runs. 1 for 3 career against Heath Bell. And Navarro has really swung a hot bat lately. Since May 24th, he's hit almost .350. One. He is a natural right-hand hitter. Barney at second with 2 outs. 95, 1-2.
Good location. That pitch elevated just a little bit up above the belt.
Three pitches for Heath Bell, 19 for strikes. 2 outs, 1-2 to Deanna Navarro. Got him. 3 strikeouts in 2 innings for Heath Bell. Will head to the home half of the 11th at Chase. It's still tied. He struck out Castro in the 10th. He gets Castillo and Navarro in the 11th. Is the pitcher's spot, and a pitcher will hit. Coming off the Diamondbacks bench, they are out of position players other than Miguel Montero. He is the last man standing. So Patrick Corbin will step in as a pinch hitter here against the new Cubs pitcher. This is Hector Rondon. So how about this, Patrick Corbin, who's we were talking about this, in fact, the other day, Bob, before one of the ball games, just watching pitcher's batting practice, and you noted, wow, Corbin looks pretty good down there.
He's got a nice swing. Occasionally he can get a little bit long, which is not unusual for a pitcher, but if he would happen to get an off-speed pitch or a mediocre fastball where he could get his arms extended, he could do some damage.
133 on the year.
95 might be just a little more than he can handle.
Six for 45 on the year, Patrick Corbin. 3 doubles and 3 RBIs. He has struck out 18 times in 45 at bats. make it 19. Oh, no, he didn't. No, he didn't. Nope. All right, so that's the strikeout to open the 11th, and here is Will Nieves. Will singled in the 4th, singled in the 9th. 2 for 5.
Rondon pitched 2/3 of an inning in the ball game last night. He gave up 3 hits and 2 walks and 3 runs. The only other pitcher available for Dale Swaim out of that bullpen is another right-hander, Michael Bowden, who pitched an inning and 1/3. He gave up 3 hits and 3 runs.
David Hernandez pitched last night. Gave up a 2-run home run and 8 sure holes. 2 good innings out of Heath Bell here tonight. That is coincidence, not irony. His 1 career walk-off hit is against the Cubs.
There it is.
Fair ball down the left field line. It gets into the corner. Junior Lake waits for it to carry him off the wall, and Will Nieves is in at second with his 5th double of the year. And once again, the Diamondbacks have the winning run in scoring position and 1 out. Will Nieves 3 for 6.
Sounds like he may have broken his bat right there, but it went down a hero. Tomahawked that high fastball right down the third baseline. You see the Cubs not playing no doubles. Third baseman Luis Valbuena way off the line down there at third, and Will Nieves took advantage, put it down in the left field corner.
Boy, as the starting catcher this year, he's hit .345, and that was going into tonight's game, and he's 3 for 6, 2 singles and a double, and he's the winning run at second with a 1 out. Here is Didi Gregorius. Didi lifts that one behind us. There goes a pixel. Didi walked in the 4th. He is 0 for 4. Diamondbacks 2 games under 500 when they play regulation, 6 games over 500 in extra innings. Nieves the winning run at second. Didi quickly down 0-2.
1-run games here at Chase Field this season. Diamondbacks are 12-3. Nice job by Heath Bell tonight, too. Solid innings. Struck out 3, found a release point on that curveball in the 11th, and used it to good use to strike out the last 2 hitters.
Whoa. Castillo just able to get a glove on that. It's 1-2. Popped him up. Right back to the mound. Rondon has it. That's the 2nd out. So it's up to A.J. Pollock here. Don't usually see the pitcher take those.
That ball wasn't hit that high in the air. It was going to be a really tough play for any of the other Cub defenders to get underneath that. If a pitcher can't catch a pop-up like that, maybe ought to be looking for another line of work.
Well, they're athletes. Just ask them. A.J. came in tonight midway through the ball game. He's 1 for 3. Singled and scored in the 6th. Had a double and a triple last night. Winning run at second, 2 down.
Quick meeting at the mound. Looking at the Cubs outfield arms. Junior Lake, as we've mentioned, has been an infielder throughout his minor league career. Has a strong arm for a shortstop. Not so sure as a left fielder. David DeJesus with an average arm at best in center field. Shearholz probably has the best arm in the outfield right now.
Now, at this point, if you're the outfield, they seem to be playing relatively normal. Would you try and creep in a little bit and try and cut down the run, or do you play back?
I think you just have to play at normal depth in this situation. You don't want to position yourself so shallow that a pop-up or a fly ball would drop in the gap and you wouldn't be able to get to it. But once the ball's put into play, the outfielder should be charging hard if it's coming their direction. And the good news also, Will Nieves, nobody close to him out there at second base. Now, Will's not the fastest guy on this roster, but he should be able to get a real good lead out there at second base. And with 2 outs in the inning, anytime that ball's put into play, he should be off and moving.
2-0. One for 14 tonight. Nieves the winning run, pardon me, at second. 2 away. Three and 0. Adam Eaton is on deck. Ball 4. So here comes Adam Eaton and his mustache. They walked and scored in the 5th, doubled in the 10th. It's become quite a trend here at the ballpark. Nieves at second, Pollock at first. Even if you don't have one, they're joining in. Off the fist, that might get down. But DeJesus tracks it down. And the Diamondbacks strand 2 more. They have left 16 runners on base and will go to the 12th. Backs is David Hernandez. He got the 8th inning last night against the Cubs. He walked the first batter he faced, Alfonso Soriano. Soriano later scored on an 8 Scherholz home run, his 44th appearance of the year. The home run last night was the 9th Hernandez has allowed this year. He gave up only 4 home runs all year in both 2011 and 2012.
That's been problematic, not only for David Hernandez, but Heath Bell and earlier J.J. Putz. Got to keep the ball in the ballpark.
David has been scored on in 5 of his last 10 appearances. He's 0-1 over that span with a save, a blown save, and 4 holds. 9 runs allowed in his last 9 1/3, including 3 homers. He'll work to the top of the order. David DeJesus, Junior Lake, and Anthony Rizzo. DeJesus doubled and scored in the 4th, singled his last time up. DeJesus activated from the DL before the game. Dave Sapelt was optioned to AAA Iowa. Back from a sprained right shoulder. He's been out since June 14th. That's out of play. Just past the 4-hour mark here at Chase Field. One more against the Cubs, 3 more, and then 3 more against the Padres on this homestand. Luchador mask on Saturday. That's a biggie. .96, 2-1. So come join us over the weekend. Air-conditioned comfort. Watch your Diamondbacks try and keep pace with the Dodgers and the Giants in the NL West. Dodgers won in Toronto. And the Giants are still going. They're losing 8-3 in the 9th against the Reds. Diamondbacks only have 1 position player left on the bench, Miguel Montero. Hard to short. Didi knocks it down, steps back up, and throws it out. He has got a big time arm.
Ball hit right on the button. Off the bat of a left-handed hitter. That ball will be tailing away from him a little bit, working its way back toward the hole between 3rd and short, but he stayed with it, gets to his feet quickly, and then trusts that cannon arm firing across the infield to get to Jesus.
And now Hernandez will deal with a dangerous Junior Lake, who has been a sensation in this series. Throws him there with a breaking ball. Buckled him a bit. It's 0-1.
Boy, you definitely want to tune in this weekend. We've got the Fox Phantom Cam here. This is a special camera that.
Oh, I heard about this.
3,000 frames per second.
It's a big slow-mo thing, right?
Yeah.
Straight up in the air. Nieves might have a shot at this, and he does.
No.
Hernandez ruled. He trapped it against the screen.
The reason I'm saying no is Angel Hernandez couldn't see that from where he was.
He's right.
Yeah,
he got it right. Let's give
right.
Angel credit. It popped out of the glove and then into the screen. He got that call absolutely correct. So it's a loud strike 2 there to Lake. Didi Gregorius again. Two ground balls so far from David Hernandez. Anthony Rizzo now.
Talking about that Phantom Cam this weekend, I know a lot of people saw the at bat by Hunter Pence in the postseason.
Or it hit the bat 3 times?
3 times, yeah. That's the camera we're going to have available this weekend. So definitely tune in. We're going to have some great stuff to look at. Yeah, our slow motion replays that you've seen in the ball game here tonight, just as a point of reference, 300 frames per second. We're going to have 3,000 frames per second this weekend.
So we're going to slow it down a little bit for you.
Just a tad.
1-0 to Anthony Rizzo. Doubled and scored in the 4th, walked and scored in the 5th. Now this is your standard slow-mo. This is 300. This is 300 frames a second, and we're going to give you 3,000. That's the play on which Samardzija and Darwin Barney collided earlier in the ball game. He took out his own second baseman. 1-1. So what you're saying is, if I do the math correctly, the slow-mos in the Padres series will be 2,700 frames per second slower than that.
Yes.
Wow. That is really slow.
Well, we talk all the time about guys that have the ability to slow the game down. We're going to try to do it too.
I think we've already done it here tonight. 3-1. Schuerholz is on deck, and you would prefer not to mess with him the way he swung the bat in this series. But he will come up here with 2 outs and a man on. Here's Nate Schuerholz. Pinch hit single Monday. Pinch hit 2-run home run against David Hernandez last night. And this was his 3-run shot tonight off Ian Kennedy. And it was a no-doubter. And keep in mind, he homered against Hernandez last night. Drives it to left, Adam Eaton. Won't get there, and it rolls into the corner, and Rizzo is going to come all the way in. Here's the relay from Gregorius, and it is not in time. Nate Schuerholz does it again. That's his 5th RBI in this ball game, and he's given the Cubs a 7-6 lead.
Eaton played that about as well as you possibly can out there in the triangle. Got it to Didi quickly. His throw is to the foul side of home plate there. Got to Nieves on a short hop, and for a big guy, Anthony Rizzo runs pretty good, able to come all the way around for first and score.
5 RBIs tonight for Nate Schuerholz. That is a career high. And what a series he's had. 2 big pinch hits Monday and Tuesday. One of them a home run against Hernandez last night. RBI single in the 4th, a 3-run homer in the 5th, and now the RBI double in the 12th to make it a 7-6 Chicago lead. Starlin Castro comes up. Castro walked in the 4th, singled in the 8th. Boy, Nate Schuerholz is just killing right-hand pitching right now.
And a real good approach that time too against David Hernandez, as we mentioned, a guy took deep in the ball game last night. Figured I'm not going to get anything from the middle of the plate in after what I did against David Hernandez last night, so he just stayed on that pitch and drove it to the opposite field for extra bases.
Diamondbacks in the 12th will have Gerardo Parra, Paul Goldschmidt, and Cliff Pennington. 2, 3, and 4. WW.
Yep, doesn't want to walk. I'm so surprised he took a walk in the ball game already tonight. 2-0 slider off the plate in the dirt. Hack it.
Why you're ahead 2-0? Why would you swing at that?
Ask him. I don't know. There's no reason on earth to swing at that pitch, but you know, aggressive hitters will expand that zone.
I mean, if it's 2 strikes and you're trying to defend yourself up there, that's one thing. But ahead 2-0 in the count, what are you doing?
You know, and that's what drives hitting coaches crazy. You get yourself in a 2-0 count, you think, okay, now zone in, keyhole that pitcher. I'm looking for one pitch in this zone right here. And if you don't get it, you take it. Even if it's a called strike, if it's not the pitch you're looking for, you take it.
Well, he just got himself out right there. He was ahead 2-0, and he completely gave up the at-bat. But Nate Scherholz gets the lead run across. We'll head to the bottom of the 12th. Cubs lead at 7-6. Try and close out a 7-6 Cub lead, but the Diamondbacks here fighting again down to their last inning. Have the heart of the order coming up. Gerardo Parra, Paul Goldschmidt, and Cliff Pennington. 2, 3, and 4 against Rondon, who gave up a double and a walk in the previous inning, but got out of it. 12 hits for the Diamondbacks, 11 for the Cubs. But Chicago leads at 7-6. And here's Parra, who has twice singled and scored.
We saw it in that 11th inning when Wilmy Avis doubled down the left field line. The Cubs don't play no doubles. They don't play their corner infielders on the line. They don't back their outfielders up. They don't play double play depth with a runner at first base. Dale Swaim's idea is just get an out. You play double play depth, you shorten up 3-4 steps on the infield, the ball's more likely to get past you. He'd rather have guys play normal position, make sure you get an out on a potential double play situation. The theory behind everything the Cubs are trying to do as they continue this rebuilding process is just give yourself the best chance to win the ball game without exposing weaknesses defensively. You bring those guys in a double play situation, as I mentioned, 3 or 4 steps more shallow, the ball's more likely to get by. You guard the lines late in a ball game like this, it opens up a big hole on the right and left side of the infield. The ball's more likely to get through.
Well, Rondon is having problems throwing at 60 feet here. And Valbuena is not exactly Brooks Robinson down there. To Castro. Boy, he just looks like he's trying not to fall over.
I watched this young man come to the major leagues, and just a raw natural talent out there at shortstop, but he's just stumbling all over the place in this series. We've seen him back up on ground balls, play him into tough hops, nearly lost his footing that time. That's usually the sign of a guy thinking too much. It happens at the plate. It also happens on defense.
Chance for Goldie now. A big 3-run home run in the 6th. He walked and scored in the 9th. The rally jersey is on.
Worked last time.
Sure did. The home run he hit in the 6th was the 50th of his career.
Tries to catch up to a 95-mile-an-hour fastball up in the zone.
All right, that's a hat.
Thank goodness.
Wasn't sure for a minute. 1-2. Popped it up. Castro's there on the edge of the outfield grass. Diamondbacks down to their last out. So it's up to Cliff Pennington to keep this thing going. Came in a pinch run for Eric Chavez. He was up in the 10th and walked. Darwin Barney. And the Diamondbacks lose this one 7-6. They out-hit the Cubs 12-11, but they stranded, Bob, 16 base runners.
Including the bases loaded 3 times in this game. A common refrain that we've had over the last couple of weeks, just can't seem to come up with the big hit when you need it the most, and that was the case again here tonight.
And to make matters worse, the Dodgers got their big comeback win over the Blue Jays in Toronto. So the Dodgers win, Diamondbacks lose. Arizona drops a game and a half now behind L.A. in the National League West. It's a long night here at Chase Field, but we'll be back and get it tomorrow in the series finale against the Cubs. Let's send it out to center field, guys.
Thank you very much, Steve. This is Diamondback.